This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mud. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mud. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. What's good? What's good? What's good? Sorry, technical difficulties. What's good, New York? What's good, everybody? Let me turn my mic down because I'm probably going to get a little loud tonight. Yeah, I see it's clipping a little bit. Let me turn it down a little bit. My mic sounds nice. Check one. You heard? All right, let's get started. Shout out to everybody 25 to Life, Uncle Yahshuah Testimony TV. Shout out to everybody over in New York. It's going down today. I'm excited about this one tonight because I'm talking about my boy Kenneth Hill, KENDU, my boy, 98 Posse. All right, New York City street legend, dark street legends. All right, when we were in our darkness. All right, now, yeah, let me turn, yeah, it's down. It's good enough because when I get loud, it won't clip. All right, because I think I'm going to get loud tonight because I'm talking about my boy KENDU, Kenneth Hill. Shout out to him, stay strong out in the building. New York will be coming over here, I guess, a little later or something. They be watching stuff on the replay. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Shaka Z for giving me the clips, to the Shaka Z right there. Shout out to Shaka Z for giving me the clips to the some of the images, some of the pictures that I'm gonna show tonight of my boy KENDU, Kenneth Hill. Shout out to Lisa Turner for giving me a picture in the story of Kenneth Hill. All right, shout out to everybody else who wasn't allowed to, who wasn't able to give me the pictures as soon as I needed them because I waited too late. I asked for the pictures a day before, like hours before the thing started. Y'all know us. I'm on CPT time. Y'all already know. Y'all know how we do. All right. Shout out to everybody out there in the building, the whole Mashiach Assembly in the building. Everybody's in the building tonight. We're going to get right on started. Who that? Shout out to Harry Wins in the building. All right. We're going to get started tonight. We got a good one tonight. This New York street legend from the 80's and the 90's, the crack era, Kenneth Hill, one of my elders who I looked up to. All right, so let me get this all set up. I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of pieces to this puzzle to walk down tonight. Shout out to Daddy Unique in the building. He said this Chris Williams passed away yesterday. He was related to Waterbed and Soup and them. Oh, all right, R.I.P. to Chris Williams. Shout out to Waterbed and Soup. Shout out to Soup Bone in the building. All right, him still strong Allen. All right, now let me see how I'm going to walk this down. I'm going to do, all right, now how am I going to walk this down? How I'm gonna walk this down, KENDU. All right, first thing I need to do is probably put the image up, put an image up of KENDU. All right, my brother Kenneth Hill. All right, so let me go here. Let me go quick access, right? Let me go, I can just do, let me see. If I just do, go to this, give me 1 second, guys. Go here, open file location, bang. Where is he? All right, let me do this one. I could do this one. KENDU number, this one. KENDU motor. All right, let me do this one first. All right, so did it open? I don't see it open yet. Okay, I got a bunch of them up there. Go right there. All right, so now let me come back here, guys. It's gonna be a good one tonight. Y'all hang in there. We gonna walk this down. All right, so let me present, share screen, window, bang, share. All right, that's KENDU. That's Kenneth Hill right there. All right, KENDU, Kenneth Hill. I just got chills thinking of my boy KENDU. I miss KENDU. Kenneth Hill, guys. One thing I do want to say is me and Kenneth, we never got into it ever. I was a lot younger, so I was young, running with my elders. Back in the 80s, this the 80s crack era. Even go back a little further than that. But one thing I want to start off with saying is me and KENDU, we never bumped heads. We never got at odds. And me and KENDU shared a special time that I'm a share tonight. I know a lot of people back in New York got their own personal Kenneth Hill stories that they could share. So I got one I'm gonna bring out that Lisa shared with me. I'm so glad she shared it. And so I got tonight, I'm gonna share one that most probably nobody knows. Well, some of these nobody knows because it was just me and Kenneth. It was just me and KENDU. But so I got a lot of information to come out tonight. It's gonna be very good. But I just gotta make sure it's like a puzzle. I gotta put the pieces to the puzzle together. All right. So let me see. That's KENDU. That's him. He loved cars. He loved motorcycles. He had plenty of cars and plenty of motorcycles. Okay. And so that's him, always on a bike or something, always in a hot car. All right. So now let me walk this down. I got to go back in the days. I got to start the story off with his big brother. First of all, there was 5 of them. They were there was Kevin Hill. He was the oldest one. He was the elder. Then there was Keith Hill. Then there was Kim Hill. Then there was, I'm not sure if Karen is older than Kenneth, but I think she is. I think it was Karen after Kim Hill and then Kenneth. All right. So there were four boys and 1 girl. Shout out to my brother Kevin McCullough in the building. Kev, you stayed up. He said, I'm here, bro. He be sleeping about a half an hour. I'm going to try to get something good in, Kev, before you fall asleep, but you're going to watch it in a replay. Shout out to my big brother Kevin McCullough out there from Roosevelt, Strong Island in the building. I love you, Kev. So now there were, their mom named all of them, names started with a K, okay? Shaka Z said 89B, MLK Martin Luther King Drive, Martin Luther King Slick Hard headquarters. That's the building that that they grew up in. That they and I think they came from Roosevelt. I think they came from Roosevelt way back and then moved to Martin Luther King Drive, our projects. All right. In Hempstead, Strong Island. Shout out to MLK. Shout out to the Drive. All right. So that Shaka Z said 89B was they building and they door number. All right. So they project building. So they mom named all of them, first name start with a K. So there was Kevin, there was Keith, there was Kim. Kim is actually a boy. I know you're like, Kim, it just is what it is. Kim is actually a boy. Shout out to Kim Hill. All right. And then there was Karen, the sister. And then there was Kenneth. I think Kenneth was the baby. I know he was the baby out of the boys. All right. So they were all, they all name was K. And honestly, they was all official. They that family, y'all know how in every neighborhood, right? In every ghetto, no matter where we at, there's always a family that's like that's powerful, that's strong, you know, that got a reputation, you know what I mean? That could fight, that hold it down, that keep that name, you know what I mean? And that was one of those families in Hempstead, the Hills, the Hill family, right? Now, I'm going to start off my story with Kenneth. I got to start off with his big brother, Keith. Keith, I'm going to do a separate dedication to the legend of Keith Hill. Keith Hill was a rapper in the beginning of hip hop. This is before y'all even knew about rap records. Before rap records, before the first rap, before rap was going to the world, right? For all these other states. Remember, this New York City in the 70s, okay? What I'm talking about now. Now I'm going back to the 70s, okay? This where I'm going back now with Keith Hill, I'm going back to the 70s in New York City, all right? When hip hop was on tapes, when it was in the parks, it was not on records yet. This is before super rapping, before Funky 4 plus one more, before Spoonie G, before definitely before King Tim III, which was the first so-called rap record, and definitely before Rapper's Delight, which everybody think was the first rap record. That ain't no rap record, all right? Shout out to my brother Kevin said Keith is a pastor now. Oh wow, I didn't even know that. All right, so now this is the 70s. Now in New York City, in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, in Harlem, in Queens, and what some of the world didn't know, but hip hop knew, and Strong Island, and even in Staten Island too. Okay, this is where hip hop was in the parks. So before there was rap records, me and Unique, Daddy U here, we was little kids. And well, I was little. Unique is older than me. Unique is more like Kenneth age. I would go with Unique. He would take me because I was so little. We would sneak me into the clubs, or sometimes we can't get in because I'm too young. We'd be outside. But this is where we would go see Cold Crush 4, Fantastic Five, the Furious Lovers. You see, that's Grandmaster Flash and the Furious, right before all that, right? So this beginning of hip hop when it was on cassette tapes, understand? And so me and Unique, we became rappers. I became a rapper, I think I was 8 years old before, right? When the first rap records was coming out and stuff. So now, who I grew up on from Cold Crush 4 and watching the tapes and all that, but we had our own legends. So what you have to know, guys, you have to know about hip hop in the beginning was every borough, including Long Island and Staten Island, they had their own superstars. Queens had its own superstars. Infinity Machine and them, Disco Twins and them. Now I got a whole hip hop documentary that's coming, original hip hop documentary. Strong Island, y'all gonna be very, 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 very pleased because I'm holding this down. Yeah, I'm going back to ELD, Tommy T. You heard? I'm going back. Yeah, no joke, because I was there. You heard? I was that little kid in the park doing the b-boy flipping and doing all that. Shout out to my big brother Kev. Took me to Roosevelt Park, Centennial Park, and they was b-boying and doing everything. All right? So now, let me continue. So now, I have to start Kenneth Hill's story with Keith Hill. Because Keith Hill, when I'm going to do his own dedication, he was a rapper, and his name was Rapper Sex. Ooh, that's a fly name right there. I still, to this day, ain't heard nobody named Rapper Sex. This guy's is in the 70s. This before hip-hop was to the world. This is a New York thing. This is a New York City thing. It's a now to understand we're with the story I'm telling with Kenneth and them from we're from Hempstead, Strong Island, right? You gotta understand that's where Rakim came from, Strong Island, right? Bismarcky, EPMD, De La Soul, right? So we understand Rakim, one of the greatest rappers to ever live. Where do you think he came from? Okay? He came from people from the island was doing hip hop from the foundation. We was going to Harlem World. We was going to the armories in Queens and Brooklyn. They was coming to the island. I got stories. All right. So, cause I got a whole movie coming about untold story of hip hop, right? Now, Rapper Sex was from Martin Luther King Drive is the projects right by my projects, which was called Parkside Projects. But back then we used to just call it Campbell Park. It's before we named it Parkside, right? That's coming out on a separate story. Now, you had names like we had legend rappers where I'm from in Hempstead called rapper O, right? Rapper PJ. Rapper PJ is from the Heights. Shout out to the Heights, Hempstead Heights. Rapper PJ. And we had one, and where we're from, Martin Luther King and Parkside, Campbell Park, called Rapper Sex. That's Keith Hill. And Rapper Sex, he used to have this little, he's fly. Rapper Sex was fly. Keith Hill, because I was a little boy. You know when you little and you look up and you see people and you know, we watching and looking up, and he always dressed fly with the, you know, back then the dress was fly. I remember they used to have these sweaters, these V-neck sweaters, and had like a white, a yellow, and a burgundy like V that go down, and they wear a mock neck under it, right? Or and Swedish knits or plaid pants. I'm gonna show y'all a picture of plaid. Y'all gonna think it looks stupid, but it was fly back in the days. Just like now, when we fast forward, people gonna think we dress stupid 20 years from now, 30 years from now, right? That's just how it always happened. But it was fly back in the days. So Rapper Sex, he had this little voice. He'd be like, yes, shit, sure, and yes, shit, sure. And he was fly. Like, what I mean by fly, he was one of those dudes, got pretty girls, right? Slick talking. And he used to he knew karate. So he used to be known for kicking karate, right? Rapper Sex. So, but always fly. So he had a little protege that from Martin Luther King Drive, and his name was Rossi Ross. Ross James. Shout out to BJ, Brandon James in the building. Yeah, I'm talking Hempstead legend right now. Hempstead Tigers, legends. Legendary stuff, right? Right? So Rossi Ross and Rapper Sex. So I remember, and I'll tell that when I tell Keith Hill's story, his dedication, because this is on Kenneth, but I just need to set the foundation. I remember when I first grabbed the mic, Unique remember this, it would Rapper Sex in, and they was like, man, get that little dude out of here. But then when I grabbed that mic, I think I was only probably like 9, 10 years old or something. And I got my little voice on there and started ripping it. And after that, they would give us the yes, sure, and you don't stop. Rapper Sex is in the house, and Rossi Ross is in the house, and yeah, that was hip hop at the beginning, and he was fly. So I'm doing his voice because that's how he used to be. Yeah, Rapper Sex and all. His name was Rapper Sex. Now y'all know that's a fly. That was a fly name. Then we talking the 70s, all right? Shout out to Ralph Mann in the building. Shout out to Ralph and Hope in the building. All right. So you're going to enjoy this one. You and Hope going to enjoy this one tonight, guys. We telling our history. So I grew up in the park jams inside the park house watching Rapper Sex battle Rapper O, battle Rapper PJ, battle other. They would come from Roosevelt. They would come from all over. You know what I mean? And they would battle. This is the beginning of hip hop. Okay. The beginning of hip hop. All right. And I used to be little in there, and they'd be all hot and smoky. And this is no joke. This back in the 70s, the streets was no joke, right? Them dudes, those legends back there was about their business. So now let me get into my story. Shout out to LL in the building, Jamel Henderson in the building. So let me get to my story of Kenneth Hill. So I got to start with Rapper Sex, because I remember I always looked up to Rapper Sex. He later became Father K-Mel. He became the God body. So when I tell his story, we'll go into Father K. Mel, Keith Hill, rapper Sex, right? So this one story, we at Parkside, we at the Campbell Park. We have a park house. This is like 70, I don't know, 77 or something like that. 1977, 76 or something. This is original hip hop history. This beginning of hip hop. Y'all heard? So we and they always battling in the park. So this time it was inside the park house. So the battle, they would have the music, and it was so crowded. They'd be up on the speakers, it'd be hot, and it just be, and I'm little, unique, Daddy U used to always make sure I got space, right? He used to always take care of me, make sure I got space. You know what I mean? I had a lot of respect, but I was a little boy. You know what I mean? I was there from the beginning of hip hop, right? So I remember I'm there and I'm watching, and rapper Sex, he's standing on the speaker. He was always so fly, right? So rapper Sex was in there and they were battling somebody. I don't know, because rapper O was from a place over by Martin Luther King Drive. It was over with Shamello, the one who made Put Your Hands Where My Eyes Can See. R.I.P. Shamello and the Three Musketeers for Busta Rhymes. Dun, 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 that song. Dun, 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 dun. That's Shamello. He made that beat. So rapper O used to live over there by Shamello. I forgot what they call that part. Floyd and them used to live over there, right? So and rapper O remind me of, what's his name? Kumo D. He was like an intellectual rapper. He would rap and it would be so like intellectual and wordy. He was dope. Rapper O, smart. But rapper Sex, Keith Hill, was more like a fly rapper. Oh, yes, yes, sure. He be to all the ladies in the house and all the ladies, you know, all the girls be rapper Sex. Yo, he was so fly. I swear I used to love rapper Sex when I grew up, right? So I'm talking this particular one, right? So we're in the park house. It's hot, man. It's so hot you can't breathe. It's like 9,000 people in the park house. They battling. This one got equipment over here, equipment over here. They got the back door open, the front door open so we can try to breathe. It's a doggone fire trap if you think about it, right? So they battling. He battling somebody. He was standing on the speaker, right? And I just remember he was doing something. He'd be like, in the days, in the day. And he'd be just him and Ross James. They would go back and forth. And Sex was killing him, right? Rapper Sex. This is Father K. Mel, right? That's his righteous name when he became righteous. Now, Sex was killing, and then I guess whoever they was battling, they got mad, and it started a big fight. So what I remember is, and it's hot in there, I remember they jumped off the speaker. I just remember I seen rapper Sex just drop the mic. Father came out. He just dropped the mic. It's before his father came out, before the Nation of Gods and Earths came, right, to us. So he jumped off and they just started war, like a war. So I remember Unique made sure I got out of there, like we you know, because I was little. So we got outside. So I remember we outside, so then it spewed outside. Boo! You know, this is old hip hop. This is the hip hop in the park, in the clubhouses, in the streets. Wasn't no music, wasn't no rap records, wasn't no industry. This is hip hop when we created a New York City thing. You heard? This is hip hop. So shout out to Ty Fields in the building. So Tay said he was battling rapper PJ at the time. Tace must remember what I'm talking about. So then they and rapper PJ from the Unique said rapper PJ still alive. RP, what's the name? Much blessings and health to rapper PJ, hip hop legend, Hempstead, Strong Island, Crown Heights is on. All right. So Preston, I think his name Preston James. I forgot what PJ name is. So anyway. And PJ was a funny rapper. PJ was one of those rappers. He got that deep voice, and PJ used to make jokes when he rapped. PJ was hilarious. PJ was funny. So anyway, so then it spewed outside. Bang. So now we outside the park house in Campbell Park. Dag, I meant to grab a picture of Campbell Park and show it, but it's okay. When I make this a video separate, I'll be able to go even more in depth. I'm doing a live now, so I ain't have enough time to prepare everything. So anyway, it spewed outside of the park house onto the street. So now I'm out on the street and I'm watching all these, you know, these are big boys to me. You know what I mean? I'm only like 8, 9, 10 years old or something like that, right? 10 years old, something like that. These are big boys to me, right? So I'm watching. So they in the street and it's going down. So all I remember is rapper Sex. He going and he was known for his karate, and they ready to fight, and he like to kick, do karate, right? So they about to fight, and this is what I remember. I remember I remember all this stuff going on, and then all of a sudden you hear, ain't nobody touching my brother. And I see this little skinny, dark skinned dude. I already knew him, but I'm just saying the picture. I already heard about him because I knew about all the hills, right? I seen this little skinny dark skinned dude pull out a sword. This thing was like this long, okay? A sword, like shh. He said nobody, and started swinging the sword, and people started scattering, right? It was like he was trying to chop arms off, legs. He was just chasing, and that was Kenneth. And that was my first time, and Kenneth was young, because this is when Kenneth had to be, so if I was like 10, 11, Kenneth had to be 12, 13, Kenneth had to be like 14, 15, right? He had to be like 15 or something, right? And Kenneth, he was swinging, and I'm just looking, I'm like, he was no joke. He was young, he was like, and I was like, yo, he bad, right? Now, that's one of my memories of when I first seen Kenneth from young, holding down his brother and their family, okay? So now, I just wanted to tell that story to start off, because I had to go really back to my first real memory of KENDU, Kenneth Hill, was when he pulled out that sword and doing that, defending his brother and all that type of stuff. All right, so now, let me fast forward. A little bit. So, now, we later became a crew called the 98 Posse, okay? And the 98 Posse was a famous crew, because back in the days we didn't have gangs, we didn't have we had crew and posse, right? Crews and posses. So later we became the 98 Posse, and that became famous, but there was other crews before that, okay? So I'm gonna go back, but I wanted to bring the 98 Posse in because that was the one that was known as the most famous of our crews. But there were other crews before that we became the 98 Posse. You heard? Yeah. And Slick Hard was one of them. All right. So let me do this correctly, because I got people that'll be from all over the world watching this. So let me grab a clip, really quick clip. That was the clip I didn't grab. I knew it was one I was forgetting, but it's okay. I could find it. In my movie, and I'll just show that clip of my movie. So give me 1 second. I knew it was one clip that I didn't grab, and it was all right. So let me go to my movie. Go to G Drive. Give me 1 second. Go to documentaries. Documentary. Go to, I could take it from this one. This is the short one. All right, and then give me 1 second, and let me grab the clip where I should be able to find it. Come on, let me find it nice and simple and easy. This is the one clip I was supposed to grab, and I knew I didn't grab. I mean, I didn't know I didn't grab, but now I realize I didn't grab it and download it. All right, give me 1 second. Where is it? I think it's here. Give me 1 second. Where are you at? All right. So if I gotta leave it out, it's okay. I'll leave it out because I don't want to leave no empty space in this story. Where is it? Ah, uh, it's all right. I'll put it in the other one. So anyway, in my movie, because I got my movie in a couple of spaces. So in my movie, I got a clip with Chuck D and them talking about the 98 posse. This is Public Enemy. So anyway, it's all right. I don't want to hold up this story. So, all right. So anyway, I got a clip in my movie where Chuck D, Public Enemy, talks about the 98 posse. They always talked about us. So now, that was our most famous crew, was the 98 posse. Shout out to Venus in the building. All right, everybody come. I knew they'd be coming through for Kenneth. Everybody got Kenneth Hill stories. So now, guys, before the 98 posse, the famous one with Chuck D and Public Enemy, suckers try to hate my 98. You see these car keys, you'll never get these. They belong to the 98 posse. That's what Chuck D was rhyming in Public Enemy when they was the biggest rap group in the world, okay? They was talking about our crew. Now, before we was the 98 posse, there were other crews. I'm going to go further back than Slick Hard. I'm going back to, shout out to Desmond Cox in the building, Twin Power Crew, facts. Come on, guys. Y'all talking about original hip hop from the Heights and from all that. Now, everyone, a lot of people who know Kenneth, who know him later, might not know this Kenneth that I'm about to speak on, this time period. There was a time period where Kenneth Hill had a car, and it was a dark green, money green Buick Riviera. Listen, guys, an old school, it was I used to have a BMW that color green later. The green that looks black at night, shiny. This was back when I was young. I had to be around 15, 14, when he had this. Now, I'm about to show y'all some pictures. All right, let's do it. Now, I didn't know if nobody actually had his actual Riviera, the actual one, right? But, so let me stop share. Now let me share screen. Present, share screen. And give me a second. Window. Now this ain't the actual car, but this was so I wasn't sure if it was this model. So you see this black, you see this Riviera? His was money green with tinted windows. This is back in like the early 80s, probably 1980 or 1979, 80. All right. Thomas Tay said we called it the green machine. Boy. All right, look. See that? So it wasn't this one. I think it was the one with the what's the name back. But I want to give y'all an idea of these Rivieras, right? Let me go back. Right? It was this green. I know it wasn't this model. It was one. I put a bunch of models. I took some other models. Okay. So now, and then I think it was the other one, the one with the back, with the they call it the nose back or something they called it, right? I think it was that one. But it wasn't these models, but I just had to give y'all a kind of an idea because I don't remember if it was the 69, if it was the 71, if it was the 74, too, but the green machine. Man, that Riviera. Buick Rivieras, it was the prettiest. This was the prettiest, hottest car in the world, bro. It was so shiny. One thing Kenneth was known for, and I'm going to get to some good stories. Y'all hold on. One thing Kenneth was known for was his cars being so clean, inside and out. KENDU kept his, not only looking good, smelling good. You could eat off the floor. I don't know if Kenneth just vacuumed the car every day. Okay, even when we was the 98 posse with our cars, okay, and I'm gonna show y'all a picture of him in a second. Even when we was the 98 posse with our cars, I don't know if Kenneth used to just clean it every day. It was never a stain or nothing, okay? Yeah, it was like a Batman car. Facts. That green joint. Oh, I remember, and I was a car lover, but I was too young back then. It was right before I was about to get, because I was a little young. So I was right before I was about to get my first car. I remember when I first seen him with it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I used to just look like, oh, I wanted to touch the car. It looks so shiny and candy. I just want to touch the car, but you can't touch nobody's car with fingerprints. And and one more thing. Oh, Michael Spencer said, I got the green machine now. Oh, you got one, Mike? That's definitely dope. Or do you got the one Kenneth had? That's dope. So now another thing, guys, back then these were muscle cars. Not only was it shiny and looking crazy good, it was the engine, the power. That Buick Riviera, I think it had a 454 big block engine. And then shout out to Reese, Collier in the building. And yes, Chase, the system, the music. Oh my goodness, bro. The music will be a sound system like a block party. All right? Now, so that's why I say most people know Kenneth for when we was the 98 posse. But some of us that go a little older and some of us from the hills, and people older than me, they probably knew too. But a lot of the youngers didn't know there was the green machine. Yeah, 454, 455, big block, right? Mike Spencer, Mike said he got one. All right? Now, the green machine, oh my goodness, bro, this car. Now, he said he got the exact one. Facts. All right, that's what's up, Mike. What year is it, Mike? What year is that one? What year is the one you got? So I know the year. Because I just couldn't figure out which year, so I just grabbed a couple of them. I meant to grab the 71 too and the 72. So I grabbed the like 69. I grabbed a couple of different ones. All right. So anyway, let me hold on. Oh, what did I do? I just missed my picture. All right. So let me find my picture again. There it goes. This one. There you go. All right. So now the green machine, I'm gonna leave it on this one. So imagine, picture this kind of just green. Now, Lisa told me a story. Let me pull up my text. Shout out to Lisa Turner, Hempstead Strong Island Parkside Projects in the building. She told me a story. She said, hold on. This was the green car. It's crazy because she had no idea that I was trying to find pictures of the green car. She had no idea I was going to talk about the green car. And she said, I was in the green machine, this Lisa Turner. She said, I was in the green machine with Kenneth, and we was doing 110 miles an hour. Now, one thing that we used to do, even when we was the 98 posse, and that's even before, is the cars didn't only look good, these muscle cars, they were fast. The engines, it was all about speed, and we used to drive. So later when we became the 98 posse, we were known for driving, all right? Now, and I joined into it, right? Because I had a 98, I was part of the crew, right? Now, she said, I was in the green machine, the Riviera, with Kenneth. He was doing 110 miles an hour, and the needle was shaking. He was going so fast in the Riviera that the needle was shaking. She said, we was flying coming down from Lakeview, from Hempstead State Lake Park. When you come from this Hempstead State Lake Park that we used to have Greek Fest parties and stuff at, it's like a winding road, and it's no cars if it's nothing going on. And we race back there. It curves. You could do 110, but you can, this stuff was dangerous we was doing. All right. So now she said we was doing 110 miles per hour, and the needle on the Riviera was shaking. We was coming from Hempstead State Lake Park going to Peninsula Boulevard. She said we hung a right when we got to the post office, and we made a left onto Evans Avenue, the projects where Campbell Park is at. She said, and then he skid and parked in front of the basketball court. She said, when we pulled at the basketball court at Campbell Park, we almost ran over Brian Banks. Shout out to Biz, another one from the 98 posse. Shout out to Biz. She said, we almost ran over Brian Banks. She said, as we turned the last corner we almost ran over Biz, Brian Banks. She said, Kenneth, when we was driving, he tried to distract me by talking to me. He was trying to distract me from being scared of how fast he was going, right? How fast, shout out to Key Addison in the building, how fast he was going. She said, he tried to distract me by talking to me while he was driving so fast. She said, but as we passed the post office to make the turn, I realized what he was doing, that he was trying to distract me by talking to me so I won't be so scared of how fast he's going. She said, and then she said, once we parked the car, he got out. I never seen Kenneth laugh so hard before. She said, Freddie Evans, shout out to Shaka Z, big brother, shout out to Fred, Slick Hard, all right, Hempstead legend. She said Freddie Evans called him Uncle Left, because I think Kenneth was a left hand. I think Kenneth was a lefty, if I remember correctly. She said Freddie Evans called him Uncle Left. She said when he was racing, flying, he was proving a point to D. Preston, R.I.P. D. That's Jazz from the Nasty Four, big brother, Slick Hard again, DJ, and Bill Blast. Shout out to Bill. I'll show y'all a picture of Bill in a second, right? Kenneth, I guess, if anybody, I think Bill, out of all of us, Bill was the closest. I think out of everybody, Bill was the closest. Even if they separated a little later, I think Bill Blast was the closest to Kenneth than all of us. All right, she said, he was proving a point to D and Bill, who had sped off from C.W. Post College Party. Now, C.W. Post is a college on Strong Island, and Old Westbury, these are colleges on Strong Island. And we, as before we was even a 98 posse, we as Hempstead, we would go everywhere to all the parties in our cars, right? And we were known for our cars. So she said D and Bill Blast has sped off on them at CW Post College Party, and he let them go. He let them take off on them. They left them. Cause we would race everywhere we go. All right, I'm about to tell a story about that. We would race everywhere we go. So she said he let them speed off on them because he had a bunch of girls in the car that he was dropping off. She said but as soon as we dropped those girls off in Lakeview, Kenneth immediately turned off his headlights. Ooh, listen, guys. So I know he's trying to scare the mess out of Lisa. We would do some crazy stuff, guys. We were crazy. It was the stuff we did, only the most, now I know the Most High was keeping me alive and us alive, because we did some. That was one we would do. What she's talking about is it would be nighttime, and we would turn the headlights off. And back behind State Lake Park, there's no lights. So it's pitch black. And we would turn the headlights off and do 100 miles an hour. And you don't know where the turn is gonna come. But then you gotta click on the lights and then click them back off, and the people in the car be freaking out, bro. They be like, stop, no. They be reaching over, like, we would just do sick psycho stuff. This stuff crazy. All right. So yeah, Westbury definitely was the college party. So she said after he dropped the girls off in Lakeview, he turned the lights off and he hit the gas. I know what she talked. I done been in the car, at least, when Kenneth did that. I started doing it too with my crew, because you picking up on what we doing. She said he turned off the lights and he hit the gas. She said, I was only 15 years old, so he was probably about 21 years old. She said he was going so fast and it was scaring the mess out of me. And when he got to Campbell Park, she said he literally threw the car in park, jumped out the car, and fell all over the car laughing. She said, my voice and my body was trembling so hard. As I tried, she said, when I was in the car, I was begging him and asked him, please slow down the car. Please slow down the car. And I was trembling. She said, and while I was doing it, he was imitating me, mocking me and laughing while he's speeding and trying to talk me and distract me. She said, Unc, my life literally flashed in those last few minutes that I was with Kenneth in that car. My life flashed before my eyes. All I could think of was that my grandmother would kill me if she knew that I was in this car with Kenneth going 9,000 miles an hour. And then she put LOL, the memories, the memories. She said, I tagged you in a post to Ira because they had a 25-year anniversary of Kenneth and his passing, and Ira posted it. Shout out to Lisa Turner and that story of the green machine. And guys, when she sent me it, I had already was finding these pictures, trying to find something to tell a story of the green machine. And all I was going to tell was how I looked at that car when he used to pull up to the park, Campbell Park. I used to be like, oh my goodness, that is the most prettiest car I think I've ever seen, one of them ever seen in my life. All right, now, that's the green machine. All right, shout out to Lise for that. Now, you fast forward. We start to Hempstead started to make crews because hip hop. Remember, hip hop. Now hip hop is starting to, I think this is about now the first rap records then came out. You know, hip hop got this still before it spread to the rest of the country, to the rest of the world, guys. All right. Now I'm about to get there, Sly Kid. I'm about to show too. I'm about to show some. I'm walking this down. I got some stuff for y'all. I got some pictures for y'all. Don't even worry about it. So there became, we used to have crews in Hempstead, crew. So it was all about like DJing at the beginning of hip hop. So the person who could have the most equipment, like speakers, Sherwin Vegas, birthers, earthquakes, these are speakers, big old speakers. When my movie is finished, my hip hop movie, I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about, right? So the on our part of Hempstead, our crew, my elders, the big boys, right? Kenneth and them, Freddie and them, Ty Fields and them, D Preston and them, all of them, Biz, Brian and them, all of them, they started a crew called Slick Hard Crew. Yeah, bass bottoms, Reese. Slick Hard, right? Because it was about hip hop. And if your parents loved you, or if you had parents and they would buy someone equipment, I know Brian Banks had equipment in his basement, right? I remember Eldridge shout out to Boy Eldridge ended up getting equipment because his dad, Rufus, bought him equipment, right? Now, I was a little boy. I had already started rapping since Rapper Sex, since Kenneth's elder brother, right? When I tell Keith Hill's story, I'll go into more details. So me and Unique and us, we had already started rapping. And I think at this point I'm telling, we had already started, Aloysius, we had already started to become the Nasty Four. And because even before we did that, me and Unique would go everywhere on the heights, on terrace. We would go everywhere and battle everybody. So we were like known as rappers, and I was a little boy. So I was a little kid rapper, right? I was known for it in the parties that they would put me out when it turned 12 a.m., right? And Unique would hide me in the speakers and stuff. Unique would hide me because when they would cut the lights on these basement parties and stuff on the heights or on the hills or wherever it's at, and they would cut the lights on 12 o'clock and try to kick everybody out that's little, right? Anybody, and that was me. But I was a performer to get on the mic, so Unique would hide me. He would try to hide me under his clothes. He would hide me, he would put me behind him and stand at the wall like this, or he would hide me in the speaker, hide me behind the speaker, right? And so Unique would hide me. But they would let me stay when they find out who I was, because I would get on the mic. And I'm like, 1, 2, y'all, 1, 2, y'all. Oh, yes. I was little, but I was nice, right? And I was impressed. So they would let me stay until I finished rapping. They were like, all right, get him out here, get him out of here. But Unique would hide me, all right? And then they eventually catch me and they would kick us out. And Unique he could stay because he was a big boy, but he would stay with me. He would stay outside. We'd be outside the party. We could still hear what's going on. and people be like, yo, y'all did good, yo, you know what I mean? So that was my little, when I was little, right? So now when by the time Slick Card crew, all New York started making crews, right? We had the Come Alive 5 and Slick Card and all these Twin Power and all these different. There's many rap crews all over Hempstead, all over Roosevelt, all over Freeport, all over Queens, all over the Bronx, all over Brooklyn, all over Harlem, all over Staten Island. Like, this is how hip hop spread. We were everywhere, right? So in Hempstead, we had a crew on Parkside in the drive on the hills. We used to call it the Hills then. It wasn't Parkside. It was called the Heights. That's where a lot of my people were from in Hempstead, and then the Hills. And then you had Terrace Avenue, Terra Ave. Those were the main three back in the days, right? So everything else on the hills. So Martin Luther King was the Hills. Parkside was the Hills. Midway was the Hills. All that was the Hills. And then you had Terrace and the Heights. That was it. It only had three functions. Even Hollywood, Store, that was the Hills. It was all the Hills, Heights and Hills, right? So on the Hills, Slick Card crew became big. And Bill Blast, they had equipment, right? D-Press was a DJ. And Bill Blast, little bit, I'm about to show pictures. He was known for his equipment, like speakers, the big speakers. They would have a wall of speakers, 30 speakers standing up high. And they were known, Bill Blast was really wise. He was known for the crisp clarity in his music, meaning in his system. The music that he would play was so crystal clear. So in the beginning of hip hop, guys, it was about shout out to Toy Morris. It was about battling sound systems. This is what I'm telling you. Listen, guys. If you had a crew, right, and you was doing a convention center or an armory or a park outside jam, you need a lot of speakers for a park. What you would do is this crew would set up their equipment here, and the other crew would set up their equipment here, right? And another crew here or here, depending on how many battle. And it was the battle of who equipment is the loudest. Listen clearly. If your equipment, let's say it's your turn to go. This happened, all right? This happened plenty of times. This is Slick Card thing, because Bill Blast was no joke. He was good at. Bill was you know how some of our black people, some of us are really like geniuses, but it was the what's the name, guys, the poverty and the conditions that we was in that would stifle the genius of Tommy T. Oh, wait till I go to the beginning of hip hop, King. That's when I go back, Ralph. I'm going back. I got a documentary, a movie that I'm making. Real hip. They gonna know who all the legends is. Tommy T, ELD, you heard, Dollar Bill, all that. Well, I'm going back. But anyway, now, and this is after Tommy T and them now. That's going even further back. This is really the beginning of hip hop. All right. So now, listen, Reese. Now listen. If it's your turn to turn on your equipment. Now I'm gonna picture this. Picture you outside in a park, in a field, in the baseball field, right? At the park. Any park that's in the Bronx, Brooklyn, whatever, you battling. The crews are in the park. So your equipment gotta be really loud to be outside. So now one crew got their speakers. They might have 20, 30 speakers and these big horns, woofer tweeters, so it's clarity, so you get a right? It needs to be crystal clear, right? And so that means you need to know the science of wiring the amps and the music and wiring and all these different things. It's a science behind this, right? Now, so one crew, you turn on your equipment, right? And you be like, you DJ, that's a song called Freedom. This is the beginning of hip hop, right? So you DJ, and everybody dancing like, oh, it sound all good, right? So then the other crew who's on the other side of the park, while you DJing, right, you going and DJ, and then your rappers is in front of them, and they like, yes, y'all, to the beat, y'all. DJ is in the house. The Come Alive 5 is in the house, right? The yes, y'all, or whatever, right? They're rapping, and you're on. And then the crew that you're standing, that's on the other side of you, they decide, this what Slick Hard used to always do, Bill Black. They decide to turn on their equipment while your crew is rapping, the music is playing, everybody in the crowd, there's hundreds and hundreds of people dancing. All of a sudden you hear, ain't no stopping us now. Dun, dun, dun. Right? You hear doom 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 Apache rock while your music is going din 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 din, right? And everybody was rocking. It was sounding all good, but all of a sudden you just hear something just bam, 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 like, and everybody turn around, like the whole crowd turn around, like, and it's so loud. The other equipment is so loud and crystal clear. I'm talking about crystal clear where you hear every little, where it's like, where the whole crowd, hundreds and hundreds of people will literally turn away from your equipment and walk over to the other side. That's the battles. This is the beginning of hip hop. So your equipment you had to have enough. It had to be loud, it had to be crystal clear, and it had to be strong enough to battle whoever is coming against you. So if my crew is on the mic and we are rapping, and this happened to us. This is the funniest thing in the world happened to us. I'm gonna tell that story another time. But it happened to us, us, and DJ Elliot Brown, Bug Juice. Elliot was our DJ, and Elliot is Kenneth and them cousin, right? But it's so funny, because the Nasty Four, we were so famous, and then we was doing a party, and Slick Hard is from where we from, right? But it's part of Elliot crew, and Elliot is so funny. Elliot and Rice, shout out to Maurice Rice, they hooking up the equipment they didn't have it like Bill and them had it, meaning to make it as clear. So it's so funny. One time we was in the club and we on the mic and you hear this 1, 2, yo, and we do down and that's the war, and we doing our thing and the crowd loving us because we was the Nasty Four was legends. We were one of the best rap groups ever, right? So we doing our thing, and all of a sudden, I swear, we was inside. It was Rockville Center Party, right? We was inside the community center. That's a hood in Long Island, and all of a sudden you just hear 1, 2, like, so we over there doing the routine. Now we the fabulous Nasty Four MCs, and we was it on the mic, and it's 4 of us, and we're going to do it right, and everybody just roll the play, right? So we doing our thing, and the girls are screaming, and everybody, and it's sounding all good. And this what you hear. So we the world gonna say, and then all of a sudden you just hear 1, 2, and it's like 10 times louder, and it's just some voice sound like God coming from heaven. 1, 2, everybody like, and even we stopped. The funny thing, we rapping, I'll never forget this battle. Because we stopped, and I looked, and it was Bill and them. Sick They was over like 1, 2, testing 1, 2, and it was like a doggone loudspeaker in the airport. It was so loud and clear. I remember looking at Elliot. I was like, Elliot like this, his big muscles. Elliot like, I'm like, oh my goodness. So anyway, that's a funny story. So now let me get back. So the Slick Hard crew was a DJ crew too, but as well as just a crew. Like, so we didn't have gangs back in the 70s and the 80s, right? Because that hip hop stopped the gangs. The other gangs, like the Jolly Stompers and all of that stuff. And back in New York, we had the Warlords and the Ace of Spades and all that stuff. We later started creating crews, like the Class A crew. That became one of the biggest crews of Hempstead, where everybody, yellow, gold, and black shirts that said Class A crew with the lightning bolts, boy. Class A crew was huge. Everybody, heights, hills, everybody was Class A crew. But before that, Slick Hard. So now, shout out to Masha Yavanna. So Slick Hard crew. Now, Slick Hard crew was known for, first of all, for the cars, for fighting, for money. Like it was more than just a crew. That Slick Hard was no joke. It it was a bunch of us, and it was about. Now I was young, so I was little Slick Hard, right? So I wasn't officially in Slick Hard because I was a little, but I was part of Slick Hard because I'm right there with him. But you know what I mean? I was too little, you know what I mean? So, but then this is the thing. But then Slick Hard, hip hop started. They was doing these shows all over, right? And they would rent this big U-Haul van. They would have so many speakers. And I remember this one time we was at the projects and we was battling because the Nasty Form C's, we was everywhere. We was battling people all through New York City. We was one of the greatest rap groups to ever exist at the beginning of hip hop. And I remember Kenneth, I remember them coming to get us. I remember Bill Black, I remember they sent word through somebody like Kenneth and them said, y'all stay at the park. They coming to get y'all. And I'm like, what? What do you mean they coming to get us? It was like, they said, stay at the park. They coming to get y'all. I'm like, we didn't know what they was talking about, right? So we sitting there, we're like, what? So I remember Jazz, Dow Press, he over in Germany. Jazz like, I don't know, D, his big brother D was a DJ for Slick Hard. D Preston, right? That's Ty's best friend. Ty here. So I remember they was like, stay at the park. So we had something, I think we had a battle to do in Queens or something, because we was all over. We was going everywhere to battle. And I remember Jazz was like, nah, let's wait. My brother said, stay here. He said, wait. He said, we need to wait. So I remember we like, all right, man, if they don't hurry up, we about to get in and chitty chitty bang bang, whip whip a whip. One of our crew rapper members, Whip had a car, right, an old Chevy Nova. We gonna get in that old Chevy Nova and we going to Queens because we got a show to do. You know what I mean? So next thing you know, they pull up, Slick Hard, bunch all their cars pulling up. This before we the '98 posse. They pulling up. And we like, what? And they like, come on. Y'all get in the cars. Get in the car. We like, what? We like, we got a battle. We need y'all. It's like, what? He's like, so I remember Kenneth came up. He was like, yo. And Kenneth is skinny and his voice, Kenneth is so fly. Kenneth is just a different being. He's just people have this spirit with them. Kenneth has the type of spirit. Kenneth had the type of spirit. He RIP. He passed away. Kenneth had the type of spirit that everybody loves Kenneth. Like Kenneth is just Kenneth. Like you can't, some people are just special people. They just special. Just their presence and demeanor. Right? So I remember Kenneth came up and I used to always like, I looked up to my elders and the way they, they was just so official, right? And he came up, he's like, yo, we need y'all. I need y'all to do something. I mean, he came up to me like, yo, Ra. I mean, no, I don't think I was Rashawn then. No. He like, yo, we need y'all. We need y'all to battle. We got these crew. I think they was from Queens and Roosevelt and Long Beach. They was having this big battle. And I think it was in Rockville Center. And he was like, we need y'all. I was like, all right, let's go. He was like, come on, we're going to pay y'all. So then we all got in the cars and we went to Rockville Center. So we walked in and it's a big show, guys. All these people, like hundreds and hundreds of people in the big, community center. This beginning of hip hop stuff, right? So we walk in and everybody there, right? Because these are Public Enemy used to be there. Dr. Dre, Fat Dr. Dre and Ed Lover from MTV Raps. These used to be there. This is the beginning of hip hop, right? All these people used to be there, just so y'all know. All right. Now we go in and this is big battle, and everybody like they went and got the Nasty Four, right? So that's a problem, right? Because the Nasty Four, we were known for battling everybody. We were known for battling, right? Now everybody wanna party with the Nasty Four, you know this. It's a fat jack that will jack your track into the world. We're gonna show this industry just how to. There's all four of us rhyming to sound like one. You heard? All four of us. We the bad. I mean, you ain't messing with us. We got routines to just rip you to shreds. Talk about your mama and everything on the mic. We were fearless. That's where the nasty came from. Because we were nasty with the mic. We were nasty on the mic, right? So once we walked in, the crowd, everybody like, they went and got the Nasty Four. So it's on. That means it's on and popping. Whoever is battling, whoever it is, you got a problem. The Nasty 40 came in the building. So I remember we came in there and Bill was behind the equipment, right? So I remember Bill looked up and was like, yes. And I'm like, Bill, after y'all just drowned us out the last time we was up against them with our equipment, with Ellie and them, they drowned us out. Bill was like, y'all know Nasty 4 slick hard. Nasty, y'all slick hard, right? So I was like, all right. So Bill was happy. He's like, let's go. She said, all right, this is what we're going to do. I said, all right. So Bill, we got the equipment. Bill doing something like you're throwing something like Freedom, Apache Rock, or Love Rap. We used to be like, give us Love Rap. This that's hip hop, right? And it'd be crystal clear. His equipment was so loud and clear, clearer than everybody's, crystal clear. And they'd be like, and then we grab the mic. Now, N is for nasty, F is for 4, M is for more rhymes in store. So check us out as we have fun and introduce ourselves one by one. Well, I'm Rashawn, he's Rashawn, Prince Rashawn, and we just be. And you know what I mean? And just now we just keep going as he cut the record and then he switched and put on Apache Rock. Boom, doom, do that, doom, deuce, da, deuce, do that, doom, digga, digga, digga. This was hip hop, you heard? And we going in the crowd, the girls going crazy, and we battling and talking about the other crew. Now go back to where you come from, cause you can't do nothing with us. We are the fabulous nasty 4 MCs, and we'll take your girlies with us. Like we would just be battling. It was just like a show. The beginning of hip hop was a show, okay? And we ripped. And after we did that, that's when Slick Card, that's when Ken and them like, all right, y'all officially our crew now. So whenever we got a battle, yeah, D used to kill that joint. Facts. Whenever we got a battle, we coming to get y'all. So we had to made a deal with Slick Card, like, all right, as long as we don't got a battle in the Bronx or Brooklyn or something, I don't know, y'all gotta, and that's when Ken was like, listen, but we all we Slick Hard. This Campbell Park, right? Because there was no Parkside yet. He was like, this Campbell Park. So he's like, all right, you know what? Whatever. Whenever y'all need us, we there. All right? Now, that was a story of Slick Hard. All right? This is right before we became the 98 Posse. So now let me show y'all something. Y'all know I come with receipts. All right. So this right here. First of all, let me do this one first. So y'all can have a little context that what I'm talking about is not, I'm just not talking out my butt for people around the world. All right. So let me go to this one. All right. This is from my documentary. I got a documentary, not the one at the beginning of hip hop, but a documentary of us, of Bismarcky, Prodigy from Mobb Deep, and Granddaddy IU. Hempstead, Strong Island rap legends. I got a documentary. All right. So this is a clip from that documentary. All right. Some clips from that documentary. So let me come back to y'all. Present. I need to show receipts that I ain't just talking out my butt. Share screen. Share. All right. Here we go. Shout out RIP to Granddaddy IU and Mr. K. Hempstead Strong Island legends, rap legend.
Right. So, what's your favorite era in hip hop, Ken?
My favorite era? As a professional or just a hip hop fan?
Hip hop fan.
I like it's a lot of shit. Loving Granddaddy IU and
You ain't say Granddaddy. They ain't trying to sneak that on me.
Granddaddy, I
fuck with Granddaddy IU. That's my favorite rapper.
On the gram.
He got a gram?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely a foul. I ain't know that.
Yeah. Nah, Granddaddy got a page, but you know.
I knew a girl.
All right, let me give context. Noriega asked Cameron, what's your favorite era? And he said, he liked the 90s, 80s, and he said Granddaddy IU was one of his favorites. All right? Now listen again.
Right.
So, what's your favorite era in hip hop, Ken?
My favorite era, as a professional or just a hip hop fan?
Hip hop fan.
I like us a lot of shit. Loving Granddaddy IU and.
So Cameron was loving Granddaddy IU as a hip hop fan. Okay? Listen.
You ain't say Granddaddy. They just say, they try to sneak that on me.
Granddaddy, I
fuck with Granddaddy, you?
I follow Granddaddy on the gram.
You got a gram?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely a foul. I ain't know that.
Yeah. Nah, Granddaddy got a page, but you know.
I knew a girl named Kenya from West Virginia. Boy, I like this thing. Something later.
I gave the girl a wink and started kicking my game and didn't hesitate to ask this young lady her name. She said her name was Kenya from West Virginia. Boy, what I love to stick something in ya.
Come on, nigga, that made me want to be a rapper.
Yeah, like that
line off.
So Nori started singing one of IU's songs from his album back in 91 called West Virginia, Met Her at the Mall, about Kenya. That's one of IU baby mamas. That's funny. I was on tour with IU. We was doing this all over the world, all over the country. All right. So now, yes, Ralph, man, A+ is in my documentary. Of course, you know A is in my documentary. Of course. All right. So now another Hempstead rap legend. So now Nori said this song from IU, Kenya, West Virginia, he said when he heard that made him want to be a rapper. Okay? So Nori wanted to be a rapper from IU. And Cameron said he grew up as a fan on Granddaddy IU. All right?
When I heard that, I said, wait a minute. Kenya, West Virginia?
Yeah, that's the song Met Her at the Mall.
At the mall?
Yeah, that's the name of the song.
Oh,
So, growing up in Hempstead, man, who did you hear that influenced you as far as hip hop is concerned?
You had the all the tapes back in the days. Like the older kids would go and get the tapes from,
R.I.P. Granddaddy IU. That's IU, that's Ed Lover. Yo MTV Raps, Dr. Dre and Ed Lover. The movie Who's the Man, right? These are clips from my documentary, right? Ed Lover asked Granddaddy IU, growing up, who did you look up to when you to influence you to start doing hip hop? All right, listen. This is called 6 Degrees of Separation. Y'all in class, listen up.
In Hempstead, man, who did you hear that?
See?
Yeah,
In Hempstead.
that's the song
He said, growing up in Hempstead. Listen.
Met Her at the Mall.
So Noriega started rapping because of Granddaddy IU. Cameron said he was a fan and started of his rap from Granddaddy IU. And now Ed Lover is going to ask Granddaddy IU, who did he grow up on? Listen clearly.
Yeah, that's the name of the song.
So, growing up in Hempstead, man, who did you hear that influenced you as far as hip hop is concerned?
You had the all the tapes back in the days. Like the older kids would go and get the tapes from, the Harlem World and all that. So we had the Cold Crush 4, Treacherous 3, Spoonie D was like my favorite. We had the Nasty 4 in my days in Hempstead. You remember the Nasty 4?
Yeah.
You remember the Nasty 4?
Yeah.
You remember the Nasty 4?
Yeah. So that's what you listen to. Do you remember when you first picked up the mic?
Nah.
See, this is what they call 6 Degrees of Separation. Noriega became a rapper because of Granddaddy IU. Cameron said he grew up on hip-hop because of Granddaddy IU. And Granddaddy IU said he became a rapper and grew up on hip-hop because of the Nasty 4. And Busta Rhymes told me himself that he grew up in hip-hop watching the Nasty 4. So that's the receipt. All right? I ain't say it. Y'all just heard 6 Degrees of Separation. So this is how important some of the rap legends that y'all didn't know about, and the Nasty 4 MCs is one of them. You heard This Is Us live. That's me right there. That's Unique Daddy U right there. That's Whip right there. And that's Jazz, who in Germany right there. You heard? And I got in the movie with Busta Rhymes. They all grew up. Method Man, Biz, So when the movie come out, when my documentary come out, y'all understand what I'm talking about. All right. So I just wanted to show that clip right now, just to get some credence to what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, this ain't no joke. So when I said Kenneth and them and Slick Car came to get us, y'all see? They came to get us. Like we got a battle going on. You heard? We got a battle going on. And we tell them we battling all through the city. We battling everything, anything that move and breathe is getting that business from the Nasty Four. You heard? Shout out to Slick Car crew. Facts. That's me in that picture. So later, you will know some stories about the legendary Fabulous Nasty Four MCs. So I wanted to show y'all that clip, right? Really quick. Now, let me show y'all this. Later, we became Slick Car. Reese said Slick Car was more like a mob than a crew, than a DJ crew. That's a fact, right? Later, we became the 98 Posse. I don't know how it really started. I'm guessing Kenneth might have been the first one with a 98. I really don't know who was the first one to grab a 98 car. This was an Oldsmobile 98. Okay, this is back in the 80s. And we would hook these cars up and get two-tone paint and get true spokes or big basket spoke rims and these tires called dollar bills. And the two $35 bills had a nice white thick stripe. Or you might get some Vogues with a white stripe with the yellow around it, Vogue tires, and put it over your true spokes or your big basket spokes. And then you might get the leather roof or later the cloth roof with the waves and block out your back window, your side windows, and put opera lights on it and put a wheel on the back trunk. And we were known as a car crew, the 98 Posse. And we all had these different colored 98 cars. And we would go through all the tri-state area, all through New York City. Anywhere that there's a battle or a show or a park jam or party, we would pull up. Any club, college parties. So that's when Lisa told the story. She said Bill and Dee sped off on Kenneth at the CW Post college party. What we would do was we were known for racing our cars everywhere. Here's a receipt. The 98 Posse. Share this tab. Make it full screen. Here we go. They was already about to get him, but Jeff saved him. Jeff and Boboy, but his name is Boboy changed his name to Eldridge. All right, and I'm gonna show you. He's on the cover. So this is Eldridge right here, and so this is the Public Enemy album cover. Okay, this is the album cover for Public Enemy's album. You're gonna get yours. Rebel Without a Pause and Uzi Weighs a Tongue, and at the bottom it says something like let me see, chilling with the 98 Posse. So they came to get us for their album cover, but I was in Queens, so I missed it. Otherwise, I would be here. My car would be here, but I missed it, okay? Because I was somewhere in Queens messing with some chicks or something crazy, always doing something. I was always doing too much, right? So they came to the projects looking for us, all right? So now I'm going to show y'all something. Let me do this because I want to be able to zoom in for y'all. So let me open it up in another, because I want to point out. There we go. So, okay, so let me go here, bang. Where is it? I just saw it. All right, let me do it again. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Where'd you go? Okay, right there. Open it up. Bang, there you go. Stay right there. Come back here. Stop share. Present. Share screen. And I'm gonna get to the dope part of the story. But I'm letting y'all know who we talking about, what's going on. I'm giving y'all a foundation. All right. So this one, bang, share. So this one I can make bigger. Okay, hold on. I can make this one bigger. It's that one. Oh, it didn't. Okay, so that's the wrong image. Give me a second. Stop share. Present. Share screen. Window. Window. This one. Bang. Share. There we go. There we go. This one I can make bigger because I want to be able to zoom in so I can point out because y'all can't see at home. Right? So this is Public Enemy's album cover. That's Chuck D from Public Enemy. That's Flavor Flav right here. That's Bill Blast. Look at Bill. These are triple fat gooses, right? It's the 80s, all right? Shout out to Toy Toy. She said, that's my dad. So that must be Bill's daughter. Shout out to Toy Toy. Look at Bill. Look at Blast. Look, Blast got a gun in his hand too. Y'all already know. This slick hard. This not, we was 98 posse then. And he got the Patrick Ewins on with the thick laces. That's how y'all know what year this is. All right, what year we in? Triple Fat Goose. Back there, that's Barry Bethea. Shout out to mine. That's Barry B. Back there. That's Chuck D. That's Terminator X. This Public Enemy. That's the S1W dude. That's Eldridge right there. Boy. Eldridge right there. Uh-oh. That's my old car. Shout out to my Beamer. Yeah, this is how we used to do, but this later when we start going foreign. So, okay, this just happened. Sorry, guys. That was a mistake, but whatever. Let's ride with it. After we became the 98 posse, we started to go foreign. BMWs, Benzes, and all that. You heard? That's my Beamer. Gold hammers. This is about 6 inches deep. You heard? Everything's paid in full, and Jack is about it cheap. Strong Island, streets of New York every day. What most of you people call a ghetto, we call around the way. You heard? That's me. So that was a rap about my car, gold hammers. All right, so anyway, sorry, that was a mistake. Let me go back. All right, let me go back. All right, so now, let me scroll in again. That's Eldridge. Shout out to Boy. All right? And they saved Eldridge and Jeff, and that's Jeff, big head Jeff. Look at Jeff down here on the ground. They saved Bismarck. That's going to be in my document. I don't want to give it away. Y'all going to have to see the documentary if I don't want to give it away. So that's Eldridge. That's big head Jeff on the ground, right? That's Jeff. And then that's Bernie from Roosevelt, Freeport, Roosevelt. That's Professor Griff in the back. That's little Griff, Professor Griff. Bernie got a gun too. Right? Bernie was a 98 posse adoptee into the 98 posse. Oh yeah, we was always holding wherever we went. Now I'm not promoting gun violence or gun anything, but this is back in the days. This the crack era, just so y'all understand. These are leather triple fat gooses and stuff going on, right? This is the crack era. So we wasn't going nowhere, and I was heavy. I was always wearing crazy ice. You heard? We ain't going nowhere, and we ain't holding. All right. Now, let me scroll over. That's another Public Enemy S1W. That's Floyd on a cell phone. This way back in the days. Understand, this is the cell phone that's attached in your car. There's no handheld cell phones. People don't got cell phones. Most people ain't got beepers. All right? Kenneth had a cell phone in his car. Let me get there. That's Floyd right there. That's Divine from Perry, from Roosevelt, Kenneth cousin, and Lisa Turner cousin. That's Devon. That's Kenneth right there. You can't really see him clear. That's KENDU. His little face, Kenneth, his little head. I love KENDU. Sorry, guys. I really love KENDU. That's Kenneth. This Kenneth car. This was the 98. That's the burgundy one. I wish you could really see the car. And it got gold two-tone in with it. And he got the phone and everything in the car. This is the 98 posse. That's the Eldorado. I see someone put Eldorado. That's a Cadillac Eldorado right there, right? Now, it wasn't a 98, but as long as you had something with us and you was part of our crew, this was Eldridge, his Eldorado, right? And this is Bill Blast. He's sitting on his 98 right here, right? They all sitting on Blast 98. So they came to get me. I'm supposed to be here. Look what it says at the bottom. Public Enemy Coolin' with the 9-8 posse, Strong Island in effect. And it says, boy, or something. I think that's what's the name. All right. So this is the Public Enemy album cover. This our crew. It's the 9-8 posse. All right. So now I wanted to zoom in so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. So now that's Kenneth. And I wasn't there because I was somewhere in Queens being stupid, messing around. All right. Now, I wanted to show y'all that. Let me close that. Let me stop sharing that. And let me get back to the clip. Now I can close that one. All right. Now I'll present, share screen. So now y'all see what that is. Clip. MP4. Bang. Here we go. Let me go back a little. Play. Right here. And that's his he's on the cover. So this is Eldridge right here. And that's his El Dorado. And this Kenneth car. My car's supposed to be there. They came looking for me. I'll tell you that story they came looking for me and I was gone and I missed the picture. Otherwise, my lime green, Kenneth had the baddest one, but some people think I had the baddest one. But my lime green one would have been on there and I would have been on. That was my 98. I had someone draw a picture of it. And so now what I was saying was, hold on, that's full screen. I was saying Kenneth, some people thought my 98 was the best one. Some people, I think Kenneth's was the best one. I think Kenneth had the best one. I even like Biz had the red and white one, right? And Bill Blass had the beige, the beige color one, gold color one. Later he had a burgundy and silver, right? Mine was lime green and white. Then I had a silver and red too, right? And but Kenneth, I think Kenneth's burgundy and gold to me was the hottest of them all. But it just depends on what people liked. So this was mine's. Mine's called Mac Daddy, right? So this is what I was talking about with the leather roof. You block out the side window. You put the green opera lights, the roof on the back. I had chrome running boards on it and all that. So this was mine's, right? The lime green. So mine's would have been in this picture, but I was in Queens messing around. So anyway, I just put it there so y'all can see what I'm talking about. This is when we was the 98 posse, all right? So we would be in these cars going everywhere, 40, 50 cars deep. And each car got 5 or 10 people in the car. I mean, 5 or 6 people in the car, each car. So we posseed up. We had a lot of fun. So we would go, now to tell a story like Lisa, and then I'm going to get to the main part of the story. I'm already an hour and a half in, but I didn't get to the funky part. I just needed to set the foundation, right? To the real story I'm about to tell with Kenneth, one of a kind story. Now, we would go everywhere, right? To parties, wherever it's a party at Queensboro Community College, party at Westbury, party in Brooklyn at the Army, party at the Encore in Queens, party wherever it is, we posseed up and we going 30 cars deep, right? 98 posse. Now, the thing is, when on the way to the club or the party and on the way back, we are racing. I want y'all to understand that. So when Lisa told the story about Kenneth in the Riviera, I know what she's talking about. We racing. And this is the most dangerous stuff in the world because it's about 20 of us, 10, 15 cars, 20, and we racing, trying to push your car to it can't go no faster because you're trying to keep up, okay? So what I mean by that is, I never really tuned my engine, meaning mine's was more a look thing, right? Because I didn't care. I wasn't into getting headers and boring out the engine and doing this and make it like I wasn't an engine dude. I was more a looks dude because mine was to get chicks, right? Mine's because I like the way cars look, right? So mine was fly, but it was just a regular engine. It was just, whatever engine came in it. But Kenneth and them, they was about the engine as well, right? Because they about speed. So I used to keep up because I was crazy. See, and this ain't good to do. No, nobody do this. racing, speed racing is not just, it's also about the heart of the person or the craziness of the person. Because it's crazy to do certain things. And what I mean by that is we would race. Oh my. I used to be scared, but I would have to dumb down my fear and keep going. And every time I was scared. That's why I say I understand what Lisa, when she said she was scared. Shout out to Kevin D. Boone, Kirby Little, Ron up there. Oh, Kim Hill in the building. Shout out to K. K Love. Kim Hill. I didn't know Kim was in the building. Shout out to my niece, Shakita. Shout out to Shamika. Shout out to Sly Kid, Wayne Mitchell, and Tashika Hill. Everybody over on Facebook. All right. So now, guys, there was times, so there was these strips. So there's a strip by Hofstra University back there where we would just race, but we would do it wherever. Yeah, shout out to Kevin Boone. Congratulations, Kevin Boone, too. And your run for your political seats, the things you're running for. Shout out to Kevin Boone in the building. Hempstead, Strong Island. So now, guys, we would race wherever we coming from, whether we on the Long Island Expressway, the BQE, shout out to Q Dog in the building, the BQE. Now, I used to be scared. I'm not gonna lie to you. I used to be scared because you know me, I'll tell the truth. This ain't about trying to act like I was nothing, right? But that's why I said racing got a lot to do with the heart of the person too, because you're going so fast, and sometimes, guys, the car starts shaking. That's why Lisa said she saw the meter on the Riviera, the thing shaking. Guys, when you push your car, let's say if the speed limit of the car back then was like 120, I think was on the dash, and you doing 110, 120, the car is not really made, and you ain't, you don't know if all your bolts are tight, and it ain't really made to be pushed to this limit brink unless you really got the car tuned and everything as to race. Man, bro, I remember we used to be riding, and I got to keep up because what Lisa said, when we would leave a club or a party, this the 9A posse, this the 80's, right? We would leave a party. This is what Chuck D was talking about, right? And his songs, right? First thing we would do, we would posse up, get in the car, and then they would take off, right? And it's about leaving, and you don't want to get left because you got girls in the car and you looking like a clown, right? You got one of the flyest 98 and all that, but your joint is slow, right? So to make up for my car, mine's not having the tuned engine and I kept a tune up, but not having the, headers and chrome, all that extra stuff. I would make up for mine's and stupid. I'm calling it stupid because it's a lack of fear. It's a stupid lack of fear. So what I would do when we would be racing, right? I would catch. So when you get to a turn, you're supposed to slow down a little on the turn, right? And then, right? So the way I would stay kept up, when they would slow down on the turn, I would punch it. Stupid. I swear only the Most High kept me alive. It been so many times that we could feel the people in my car. Yo, it's so funny. They be screaming. That's why I know what Lisa talked about. You people in the car like, yo, stop. They be trying to grab the wheel. I'm like, stop. And because I got to keep up, right? And so as they would slid on the turn, I would hit it. And sometimes you'll feel the car go and start the hydroplane, right? Especially if it's wet and your tires better, right? But that's how I would keep up. And then we would get on the straight and some of them with the open one, they would open the wall. I mean, I pushed my car till I know what Lisa's talking about, where the thing is jumping like this. And the whole car is vibrating. The radio, everything in your car is screaming, stop. The radio, you hear a voice come over the radio like, stop. Like the car is telling you to stop. And yo, people be in the car like this. You can see people in the back seat. Yo, it got so bad. People won't want to get in the car with you. Like, I ain't going, I'm good. Like, I'm good. I'm good. Y'all crazy. It's been plenty of times. This ain't good. Don't ever do this that I risk my life. And the Most High kept us alive, guys, because we would race everywhere and they would be going fast. Bill, Kenneth, and we good drivers, man. I mean, really good drivers. And we racing, so we got to dip in and out one another, right? So you catch up and cut you off, and I'm like, my car would be ready to, my car used to be one to explode. Like, the whole steering wheel like you go too fast, your whole car is like it's just gonna bust on the seams. Later, when I used to play it back in my mind, I remember sometimes I used to have dreams, right? A nightmare like of it. And like, the car exploded or stuff. Like I used to be like, oh my goodness, bro. And before I believed in the Most High, I didn't know. But now I'm like, man, the Most High was sure enough is saving us. All right, so now that's the image of the 98 posse, okay? So we would go everywhere. Hold on, I think that was the end of the clip. Not really. Let's see what.
And they're like, that's me, but I wasn't there, man. I was in Queens messing with some chicks. I was always, and they came to my house looking for me. They brought them to my house in the project, Chuck and Flav, and they wanted the 9-8. They wanted mines, especially. I had one of the most famous ones.
All right, that's clip. So I wanted to show y'all the 9-8. Shout out to Crack, Carl Trice. Wasn't it fun, Trice, Carl? He used to be in the cars. Now, in each car, guys, now, let's see, Carl Trice is here, Crack is here. Now, guys, what we would do when it's a show or party, Crack, no, they would come and pick which car you're going to get in, right? Crack would be like, I'm getting in Bill's car, I'm getting in Kenneth's car, I'm getting in Biz's car, right? Crack, you probably most likely be in Biz's car or something, right? So we would all get posseed up and be in our cars, and we'd be going, bro. Crack know what I'm talking about. I'm sure he'd been in the car sometime like, oh man, I wish they slow down, bro. Yo, we used to be crazy, like insane. All right, so now that's the 9-8 posse days. All right, that's the 9-8 posse. So I showed y'all Kenneth here. Now let me get to a story. All right, here we go. Now it gets started. Timestamp, 1 hour, 37 minutes, 18 seconds. KENDU. Here we go. The crack era. This where the meat starts. Let's go. 25 to life testimony TV. I ain't promoting no crime. I ain't telling y'all sell no drugs. This is just testimonies of the traumatic life that we lived back in the 70s, in the 80s, and the 90s when they introduced crack to our neighborhood and it destroyed our neighborhoods. We started to become drug dealers. Let me explain something to y'all. We used to do a little hustling and stuff back when we was a 9-8 posse and all that. Nothing too major, nothing big. But let me explain something to you. Right before they released crack, we just, I don't know. I don't know. We started to get that money. Now, KENDU, Kenneth Hill. Somebody in the comments, now again, I'm not promoting this, and I did my time for any crime that I committed back then, and I'm not promoting any of this lifestyle. Don't do no drugs, don't sell no drugs, don't do no crime. You can lose your freedom. I end up getting 25 to life. Okay, I had a 15 to life, 25 to life. Now I got a second chance in my life, and I'm a minister of the Most High. You heard? But these are just testimonies of the life we live. Don't live this life. Don't do this. Now, all right, let's go. So, in the 80s, I don't know where this came from or how this happened, but we had a famous drug block on the hills called South Franklin Street. Up the street from my projects, Parkside Project, Campbell Park. South Franklin Street was our famous drug block that you could sell heroin. It was most famous for heroin being sold from the 70s and the 60s and stuff when the system flooded heroin into the black communities, right? So now, later, cocaine started to flood. They flood heroin, liquor stores and stuff like that. Cocaine started to flood. So in the 80s, before crack, this is before crack. We doing BC. You know how the Bible talk about BC, before Christ? This before crack. In the hood, BC mean after crack, ACBC. Before crack and after crack, because crack was the devil in our community, just so y'all know. They released the devil himself in the hoods, all right, in America and in New York. And New York was really bad because the core part of the crack ever started in New York and filtered everywhere. Yeah, Rod, crack changed everything. Now, right before crack, BC, the BC area, somehow Kenneth and somebody here might, and I can tell these stories on Kenneth because he's gone, R.I.P. So there's another story I'm gonna tell that I'm not gonna say the person's name because I don't know if these people are still alive, and I'm not sure. Some of these people are dangerous. I'm just, some of these people might have taken a life, unalived the person, and there's no statute of limitations on unaliving someone. So this ain't no channel of foolishness. This ain't what they call that show with that white dude setting all these stupid rappers up. What's that white dude who be interviewing people? The culture vulture. What's his name? I can't think of his name. That Russian dude. This ain't that channel where he get sitting these little dumb rappers down and they sitting up there convicting themselves, telling them I don't do none of that, right? Vlad TV, thank you. This ain't Vlad TV. I ain't about to sit up here and tell a story of one of the people from the 70s. I don't know they still alive. I don't know what they're doing. So there's a part of the story I'm not going to say the actual person's name, and because I don't know if he's still alive or not. All right. So now these people were some really dangerous. There's some really dangerous people that come from hoods. Okay. So now let me let's go. Let's get it popping. KENDU. Woo! So now we in the 80s. This is probably, I don't know, because crack came about 84, 85, somewhere around there. So we got to be 84 because this is right before crack came. This is probably 1984 or something, right? We doing our thing. We the 98 posse, full-fledged. I remember Kenneth had that car that I just showed at this time. I remember that. He had that burgundy and gold 98. And, we used to sell drugs and then because I think I was hustling. I don't know if I started hustling for my man. I ain't saying no government names, but my man Robo, my heart, right? I don't know if me and Taste started hustling for Robo yet at that point, but I think I was just doing weed or something at that point. Probably doing weed with Robo, right? Shout out to Robo, right? I ain't saying nobody's name. Anybody who know, you know. Word? Shout out to Robo, my heart. All right, so Kenneth, I don't know, he got connected somehow with some dude from Queens. Shout out to Queens in the building. Queens, there's something about Queens. It was something about Queens dudes. I'm gonna give props where it needs to be. I ain't dark props. This ain't. I'm not congratulating the trauma and the. I'm not bigging up that. Okay, this is dark, traumatic. This is dark, legendary stuff. Okay, let me do this because people come to my other channels like my Pappy Mason videos and my videos when I do my documentaries and they get a bunch of views, like 10,000 views and stuff like that or whatever, 20,000. Then you get all these people, they be all in their feelings. A lot of men, especially these new generations, they be all, get out take your panties out your booty, right? They come in, I wouldn't call him a legend. That ain't no legend. Guys, the word legend is not synonymous with good, with righteous. There are good legends, bad legend mean whatever the person did left a mark. It was legendary. That ain't synonymous with good. That's why I say dark legends. So another video, one of my videos, I think it was my Pappy Mason documentary, recent, a new comment. Somebody came and said, I wouldn't call a stick-up kid where I'm from, nobody would ever call a stick-up kid a legend, right? And then someone else came in the comment, it's hilarious. Someone else came in the comment and said, but what if he was a legendary stick-up kid? I said, ooh, that comment blew my mind. I said that part. I literally wrote that part, bro. Thank you. They be coming with their pants, Larry, they come here with their panties all bunched up. They always, I wouldn't call someone who's to stick up people, because I think it was my preacher video or something, right? And the person wrote, he said, what if they were a legendary stick-up kid? Exactly. Meaning their darkness they did was legendary. You have urban legends. You have legends of whatever. It's not synonymous with righteous, all right? So I call it dark legend. So I'm not promoting it. It's just what it was. You understand? All right? Now, so Queens in the early 80s, they had something, I don't know. They had something where they was just they used doing their thing with the drug stuff. So Kenneth somehow connected with, and somebody might know this story, I don't know, with this some legendary drug dealer dude from Queens. His name was Tim. I ain't got to say his last name. I don't know his last name. He probably ain't even alive. I don't know. But I ain't never saying nothing he did. I just Tim. It could be any Tim from Queens. Queens is huge, right? All right. So, but his name was Tim, and he was legendary. And Kenneth somehow connected with Tim. I don't know how, who connected him or how, but he had a connect with cocaine. And they started hustling this cocaine, and this dude Tim, which was like a kingpin dude in Queens, they started hustling, and they made a product, and it was called pony packs. I know people at home like, I remember pony packs, right? And they used to package it. They had this, so back in the 80s, whatever drugs that you would have like a stamp on it. Like it would be like a branding, right? So you would have your brand. So when the drug addicts would come up, they'd be like, you got that pony pack. They'll be looking for your brand, and they don't want to buy nothing else. So this is the 80s, the crack was right before crack though. Because right before the crack was released, right? This is when crack was freebase, and it was basically in California and amongst the celebrities. It's before they confined it to the crack, made it to crack and made it for fire, and it flooded the hoods. So it was cocaine packages, okay? And they used to package it up in this little diamond paper, and it folds up, and it'd be a little thing, right? An envelope. Yeah, so I know crack remember pony pack, right? Crack, I remember we was up in the crack, remember we the same age, we used to be up there, right? On the block, right? So Kenneth started, I don't know how he got connected with this dude from Queens, and the dude was large. I mean, this dude was big time. Now, this is the 80s where these dudes were making millions. This is the era of Supreme Team, Fat Cat, Fritz and Alpo and them preaching like the stories that people know in the dark street legend stories of the crack era. They were in all different boroughs and Strong Island stuff. There were legends. So somehow dark legends. So somehow Kenneth got connected with this dude from Queens, this dude Tim. And so I guess so what they would do in the 80s where you would look for new territory to set up shop, meaning to sell to. So if you find a hood, right? You find a hood in Brooklyn, certain projects, a certain area, or in the Bronx, certain projects area, or Queens, or Strong Island, or Staten Island, you find it and you get connected, and you know that you got like a bunch of kilos, right? Let's say if you dealing with 20, 40, 50 kilos, right? You know, if you get to connect or someone who got a reputation from that hood, you could supply them. Now you're supplying that whole hood. You got a whole new income. So these drug kingpins in the 80s would look for territories. So somehow Kenneth got connected with that Queens dude, Tim, right? And Tim was a kingpin. And what I mean by kingpin was Tim had mansions. I'm sure you. Let me walk this down. Tim had mansions. We talking multi-millions. We talking Supreme Team era. These people, they were dealing with Boy George and them. They were dealing with making $100,000, $200,000 a day type of stuff. You understand? These people were making millions of dollars a week. So we're talking this real street legend stuff. So Tim from Queens was one of them, because Kenneth took me to one of his mansions. You heard? Anyway. All right. So now Kenneth must have got connected somehow with them. Maybe Bill Black. Bill probably know how he got connected. I don't know. Somebody know. right? He got connected. And so he got a supply of this coke coming from this kingpin in Queens. And they started a brand called Pony Packs. And they would package up, and they would put a lot of pure cocaine in these packs. And the fiends, the customers that would come would love it. So the Pony Packs, they were selling. And they blew South Franklin up. They was making so much money. I remember I was little, I was a little young. I was like, man, I need to make a phony pack. right? I'm like, I need to get a stamp and so I can mimic the pony pack and have some fake sugar in it or something. Because I was little. I was just really just about to get started. I'm not promoting none of this. And I did my time. I ended up getting life in prison, just so y'all know. So I did my time for any crime I committed. But I remember, I was like, I need to make a phony pack. Because they was making, crack, remember, that thing was selling. It was selling like it was a candy in a dime in a candy store. Like they was making, they was killing them. They was killing them. Now, they, Kenneth, they was doing their thing. So then I think that's right around the time that I started really hustling. And I think, did I have my 90? I think I had my 98 because we was the 98 posse. I remember that, but it was the beginning stages, right? So Kenneth was doing his thing. And then somehow, I don't remember how, but I think something happened on the block on South Franklin. Because I was young. I was really little. Like, I was young. I was like 15 and stuff like that, right? And they older. And something happened on the block and something with some fiends or something. And and I'm not promoting this, but I pulled out and I had cut this person, this big person, right? Because they came and they was up there fronting because we'd be on South Franklin. I remember we used to be on the corner, right? On the corner, right? South Franklin and Elm. And we used to be out there. We'd be out there all night. It'd be a bunch of us, right? Out there all night. So I was selling my little phony packs, right? I remember because they was doing so much pony packs and I wasn't trying to work for them, you know what I mean? So I had my little phony packs on the side, right? I had my little stuff. So I'll get my sales in between theirs, right? But we'd be all up there together, right? I know Crack remember this stuff, right? All of us be out there, right? So somebody came up, some Debo dude, he came up fronting, and I remember I stepped up and I pulled out on him, right? And he wasn't expecting it because I was little, right? And he was like, and I cut him, whoa! And he was like, oh! And I'm like, and I ended up chasing him down the street, right? And he was a Debo. He was, he probably to beat my butt, but I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared of nobody back then. I wasn't scared. Right? It's just it just is what it was. Because back then I was a little more wild. So what I mean is the younger kids, guys, are wilder because when you're that young, you don't have a sense of dying. Like everything is in the moment. That's why young kids are really dangerous. So when I was really at my apex of hustling and I fell, I did my time for any crime I committed back then. I was always keeping an eye on the younger generations coming up, meaning the 13, 14, 15. So I would always go back to the hood and get to know the third, because it'll be the 13, 14, 15-year-old that'll be the one that'll pop your cap. Listen, because they ain't got no fear. Because they're stupid. Meaning not stupid, but they're not old enough to grasp the results of their actions. So it was a time I was like that. So back with the Supreme team and all them, I did the stupidest stuff in the way. That's in my documentary and stuff, because I didn't care. Now this story tonight with Kenneth, this is when I was in that stage. Okay. Now I was fearless. I was willing to do anything. Like I was like, it's like they would see it was something and they'd be like, I'd be like, I'll shoot him. That's how I used to be. I'm not promoting this. I'm like, I'll shoot him. Give me the gun. And be like, you just can't. It was because I was a kid. So I didn't know I didn't care. If I didn't care who it was, meaning, you know, like, okay, perfect example, Supreme for Supreme Team, right? That's like 50 Cent, the rapper 50 Cent. That's why he wasn't scared of Supreme, because he was younger. And when you're younger and stuff, if you're really official, right? I'm not saying I was the toughest dude, but I was no punk ever, right? So, but sometime you get crazy. At that point, when I look back, that was crazy. It was a psycho stuff. So anyway, I was at this point where anything that they said, like if we out there and someone come up and they be like, man, I'll be like, here, give me the gun. I'll shoot him. And I would go shoot him. I don't care, because I didn't have no filter to understand the consequences of my action. That's why kids are so dangerous. These young teens, you better be careful messing around. And you know how I always kept myself safe? Because I always kept my mind frame of me when I was 13 and 14 and 15. I always looked like, when I was at my apex, right? When I had all my money and my crew around me, my big cars and all that, I would always look at the 13, 14. That'll be the one that'll pop your cap, because he don't know who you are and he don't care. The other ones, they know who you are and they respect your legacy, meaning they like, oh, that's Ra, that's such and such, that's Kenneth, or that's this, that, right? They respect your legacy. But the young one, unless you know them, unless you got to know them and befriend them and they respect it, they don't know who you are. They'll pop your cap back without even blinking twice. That's why these kids in Chicago, that's why it's so crazy. Because people, the generation gap, you don't realize how dangerous these kids are. I know, that's why when I was doing my thing in the dark space, before I got my 25 of life, I didn't get my cat pop, my cat pill back. Now, I'm setting that because I need you to get to understand what's going on in a time frame. So now, when I cut that dude, that Debo type of dude, I don't remember, he may be from Roosevelt Heights or somewhere, I don't know, and he ran off, I remember Kenneth was like, he must have liked it or something. I always knew him, we was 9/8 posse and all that. This the beginning of 9/8 stuff, the beginning. I'm not even sure if I had my green one. I might have had my first car, the LeSabre, right, the burgundy one, right? So this the beginning, because I used to run with, I remember Bill and Biz took me to Funza in Brooklyn to get my tires on my LeSabre, right? So I used to be more with Bill at this point. I never really hung with Kenneth, but we would be around. And to me, Kenneth was the glue of the whole 98 posse. Kenneth was the focal point. To me, Kenneth was the foundation. Kenneth was the man. To me, Kenneth was the man. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. Kenneth was the man. It ain't just to me. Kenneth was the man. That's a fact, right? So, and Kenneth had the hottest 98, always. Kenneth always had the hottest car. Kenneth was the man, right? So, Kenneth, he knew me and we were all around, but I never hung with him. You know what I mean? I never be in his car. I'll be in my car. Sometimes I would get in Bill's car. Sometimes I'll be in whatever, but never Kenneth. So after I did that, I just remember Kenneth was he was drawn to me. I remember he was like, yo, I don't know. I guess he was just impressed at what I did, that I wasn't scared of this Debo dude. So I remember Kenneth was like, yo, you need to start hanging with me. So I'm like, what? He's like, man, you going to be hanging with me now. So I was like, cool. That to me, that was like Christmas. You understand? I was like, what? I'm like, how you be like, yes, that type of thing, right? So I wasn't even expecting it. I was just doing what I do. You know what I mean? You coming up here trying to think you're going Debo. Who you? This Park. Well, this Campbell Park. This the Hills. It wasn't Parkside back then, right? So I'm like, I did cut dude, right? I cut him. I chased him. I tried to stab him, right? I ain't promoting none of that, right? So from then, Kenneth was like, you hanging with me now. So I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you're going to be riding with me. So I was like, all right, cool. So then I start, and I think that was my first time riding in his burgundy car, his system. Everything Kenneth did was like expert level. meaning everything that Kenneth ever touched and did, it was the best. So his system, sound system in his car was the clearest, loudest, crystal clear. Everything, how clean his car, everything was just the best of the best. I don't know, Kenneth just had that it factor thing, right? So I remember the first time we get in the car, so we finished, you know, we was hustling all, then he finished up, he left people with their packages or whatever, and we got in the car. We got in the 98. So he took me to Freeport. They had a spot in Freeport on I forgot the name of that street. They had a spot in these buildings on Freeport, him and Bill Blas, right? Him and Bill and them. So he took me to Freeport. So I remember I walked in, we opened the door and we walked in, and Bill and them, I think he had Ira and Putney and them, somebody with him, because in all of our cars, we had our own little crew in our car. So each of us, we used to we didn't call ourselves, but we were like the bosses. So what I mean by that is each car like Biz had a car, Kenneth had a car, Bill had a car, like we all had cars, and in our car would be our crew. So the one who had the car was like a boss, but not really nobody's boss. But so you always had your crew with you, like the one who ride in the passenger side, those who in the back. So when I went in, I remember Bill's face like, what he do? What you doing with Kenneth? And I looked at Bill, I'm like, that's my man now. He's like, okay. So anyway, so now I started running with Kenneth, right? So he would, every time he would come get me, right? And I would ride with him. So Kenneth, what I realized was he liked that I was fearless at that young age, right? And I was willing to do anything because I would have shot anybody, I would have did anything. And I'm not promoting that, it just is what it was. Young and stupid, okay? That's what that is, right? So now we he's working for this rich drug dealer named Tim, and this pony pack thing is making mad money. Now, what I realized was that I didn't know, and some people probably know this. Again, I'm not speaking no ill will, I'm just telling truth to power. This is a testimony, a dedication. I didn't know, but Kenneth didn't know how to calculate drugs. What I mean by that is, with drugs, you have an eighth, right? Right? So you have a small eight, what they call an 8-ball, and that would be 3.5 grams. So you would take the Coke and you put it on a scale. Back then we had triple beam scales, the big beam, you put it on, you got to move the thing to, say, 3.5. And then that's how you got to measure it, because you don't want to give more or less, otherwise you'll lose money, right? And so, and then you have an 8-ball. And then when you go further up, when you buying weight, I'm not promoting this, I'm just telling this is what was going on. A big eighth is an eighth of a kilo. A kilo is a whole brick, right? And it's 1,000 grams, right? So an eighth of it, right? You know your little fractions. A half is half. A third, 3/4 is and then an eighth is a small part, and then a quarter is half of a half, right? So you got an eighth, a quarter, a half, a kilo, half a brick, 500 grams. Then you got your other half of it, to your 3/4 to your full brick, your full kilo, right? So there's numbers that you have to know. It's actually, you have to know how much the numbers and how, and as you bag stuff, what constitutes what, right? So you learn how much lines of it to make a 20 or 30 or 50 and this, that. So it's mathematics. I didn't know back then that Kenneth didn't know how to, I don't know, I'm not sure if my brother had dyslexia or something. Now I think about it, because a lot of us had things that we didn't realize. But Kenneth didn't know how to calculate it mathematically. Okay. So so that was interesting, because I was like, KENDU, right? Because I remember we was in this house in Freeport, and he was struggling. He was weighing out stuff and doing something. I'm like, I'm watching them. I'm doing something. We watching TV in the living room, doing something. And I'm like, yo, KENDU, what you doing? He's like, no. He didn't want to say it. And I'm like, and I'm watching him. And I said, what is he doing? Because I'm looking, I'm like, bro, you just take that, that's it. And then I'm watching, and he was just having a hard time. And so I seen him look at Bill, and sometime him and Bill Blas would be mad at each other, right? You know, people, they get attitude. So Bill looked like I ain't helping him, right? So Bill had an attitude with Bill, and then Bill took got his crew. He probably had Putin in them with him, and they left. And I'm like, because, you know, they sometimes, you know, they brothers, so they get a little attitude with them. So Bill left. So I could see KENDU, and I'm like, so I walked up, I'm like, yo, Kenneth, what you doing? He like, nothing. I said, and I figured it. I said, oh, I said, he don't know. And I'm like, and I'm still like that. I have a good heart. I'm a good heart. Kenneth got a good heart too. I'm a good heart person, right? So I'm not the type to try to make anyone feel ashamed or anything. So I immediately just stepped up, and I was like, all right. I said, I could see what he was trying to do. So I just grabbed it, and I said, how many you want? And he looked at me. He said, I need 7 of them. So I said, all right, I got you. So I grabbed this, grabbed that, bang, 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 put that together. I said, what you putting in that? Bang, put that. I said, what else you need? And he looked. He like, well, I need this. And I was like, all right, I got you. So I put it all together for him. And I was like, who usually do this for you? He's like, Bill will do it, or sometime, I guess someone of his other little homies, somebody else will do it. And that's when I realized, now we never spoke it, right? I never said anything. And I realized, I said, oh, so you don't know how to count it. Like you don't, and I didn't know nothing about dyslexia. I don't know what it was, but it don't matter, right? But so then what amazed me though, guys, was I was like, so you don't know how to calculate and count it, but you are making money. Like, boy, what so-called Black people can accomplish, right? This is even in trauma, right? Even in darkness, right? Remember, they enslaved us, they starved us, they gave us poison in our food, swine and the abomination. They did everything, but yet we still will prosper. That's what it reminded me of. I'm like, he really can't, and I'm like, but he's making money. He could count, I bet you he could count that. I bet you he can count $1. I bet you that. I'm like, I bet you he know how much money that is, right? So after that, we got even closer because now I knew something inside. And I was like, yo, whenever you need help, if they, you know, if Blast mad at you or somebody, if you just hit me up, I got you. He's like, all right, thank you. I'm like, man, because I love Kenneth. Kenneth got that spirit, guys, that just make you love him, like for real. I know he might have did. I know there's probably some people like, I didn't love him, but I don't know. I love KENDU. KENDU's the man. Fact. So anyway, all right, so now we got that relationship. That made us even closer. Right? Yeah, he can count his money, Dolores Shaw. Oh, you can count that, every nickel of it too, right? And pay his bills. And remember, he got cars. He functioning. He doing his thing, right? Facts, right? So I'm like, so now that made us even closer, like our bond. Like now I really became like his his little man, right? But I was still a boss too in my own right. But I was younger than him, you know. So I like being like kind of his little man, but not his little man. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So anyway, so now we riding out, right? We doing our thing. He doing his thing with Tim and those Queens dudes. So they making a lot of money to the point where they're making like hundreds of thousands into the millions. You know what I mean? And KENDU is dead, so I can tell his story. You understand? He's on RIP KENDU, right? So now Kenneth is making so much money with his crew and them with pony packs for that Tim boss drug dealer dude that the Tim dude is happy. I met him, right? He's happy. He used to come. I know some of y'all remember those from Parkside, from Hempstead. He used to come through with all his Queens dudes sometime. Not much, but he would come through. So Now, because I'm like Kenneth's right hand now, he takes me to Queens, right? Because he got to go, he going to re-up, right? He going to pay, like he would take a big bag of money to this dude, like a big, like what, like they've been hustling for the whole week. So he might come to hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to give him to get his more, right? So now we go to Queens, and that's when I seen the dude's first big mansion. This dude had a mansion, bro. I'm like, I don't know where it was at, somewhere, right? And I'm like, "Dad, this dude got a mansion, bro." Shout out to Kev. Kev here. Shout out Kev. Love you, Kev. That's his older brother. That's the elder of the brothers, right? So listen to this one, Kev. So we go, KENDU take me, we go. So now KENDU, Kenneth is telling me, listen, he's telling me, I rock with these dudes, but I don't trust them. Listen, guys. And KENDU is a good heart dude. He official, right? But Kenneth was like, he was like, yo, I think my name was Rashawn. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna just call myself Ra. I think I was God body by then. So anyway, he was like, yo, Ra. He's like, this is my man. I rock with them, but I don't trust them. And I'm like, what? He said, I don't trust him. So I looked at him. So I said, so what you want me to do? I said, just let me know. He said, I just want to make sure whenever we go, you keep the gun. He said, you just keep your hand on the gun and always be ready to, if we got to get out of there. So I said, it's like that? He said, yeah, I don't trust them. So I said, all right. So that immediately made me not like them. Because if Kenneth don't like you, then I don't like you. You understand? Because that's my big dog. That's my homie. That's who I look up to. KENDU, right? So now remember, I'm young and crazy. Wow, right? That's the wildest. Well, one of my wildest stage. And then in 92, when I was on my block, I got crazy again. It's only 2 times in my life that I ever was kind of crazy, right? Everything else I'm sane and chilling. But 2 times I kind of went nuts. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes that life gets you caught up in it. You know what I mean? So at that point, I'm like, whatever he don't like, I hate. You know what I mean? That type of thing. So we get to the house and everything, and it's a mansion type of thing, and they got all these cars. So this dude, Tim, listen guys, I'm gonna show y'all. I bring receipts. This dude got a Mercedes, right? He got this mansion. There's what I see right here, and Kenneth say he got more cars than that. I see a big Mercedes, right? Big body. I see a 645 BMW white, right? With BBS laced. And I see the prettiest thing I ever seen, red. The reddest red you ever seen, Audi 5000. And this when the 5000 was brand. This before I had my Audi 5000, my Fendi one. He got this cherry red Audi 5000 with the kit. Looked like it just was dipped in the brightest red ever. And the big body Mercedes was burgundy. I'm about to show y'all something. Shout out to Saquon. Was burgundy, right? Now, back then, guys, in the 80s, in the crack era, the street legends, dark street legends, the rich ones, the bosses, it was all about the big Mercedes 500 SEL. I had one later, right? They were the big body, I'm about to show y'all, the big body Benzes, and they would have the spoiler kit. You have to have it laced. Now, back then, it wasn't chrome rims. The rims, now we repeating it now, but back then, the rims match the color of your car. So if your car is burgundy, you would have burgundy, either BBS rims with burgundy, with the chrome around it or the gold around it, or burgundy 5 stars. So if you had a brown Benz, you would have brown rims. Black Benz, black rims. Red car, red rims. So the rims would match the color of the car. So now we pull up, and we in the 98. Now understand, we're not in foreign cars yet. Now, this is the days, back in the days, in the crack era, we would wear Cadillacs, Oldsmobiles, 98s, Buicks. You understand? Shout out to D Payne in the building. All right? Yes, he had the Saab with the gold shell rims. Shout out to D Payne in the building. The legend. Legend. I got a story I'm going to tell, but I'm not going to say your name. Right? Because me and D got some history, but I won't ever, I'll have to get permission to say some of, and I know you did your time for any crime you committed back then, because you did a lot of time. Love you, D. Love you, D. Remember our history, D, right? All right. So remember, I'm very careful with what story I tell. I don't ever want to tell a story that some people don't want out there. You know what I mean? So anyway, now the and D might know who I'm talking about. I don't even know, because the Tim dude, I ain't even know him. I just met him through Kenneth. So anyway, we now listen, guys. This is the time where we're still on American cars, right? We got Cadillacs and stuff. So we hadn't gone foreign to Mercedes and stuff like that for the most part, right? We just starting that process. All right. Yeah, D, and I'm gonna tell Rich story. R.I.P. to Rich. I'm gonna tell Rich story on here too. You'll see the thing. D said that was my dude. Okay, that makes sense, D. Now I get it, D. I know. You say no more. I know what you're talking about, D. But yeah, I'm gonna tell Rich story on here, D. I'm gonna tell Rich story. R.I.P. to Rich Latimer. All right, so. Right. So anyway, I got you, D. that's what's up, D. All right. So now guys, so when we pull up to this dude, this mansion, the cars, bro. See, D knew he had another car, Saab with the gold shell rims. Yo, bro, I'm looking at the car. Now, I was always a car dude, right? A little boy. So Kenneth a car dude, right? So Kenneth pull up, he's like, yo, Rock, wait till you see the cars. So I'm like, what? We pull up, I'm like, oh my, and I was little guy, so I was crazy. I'm the type, I'm gonna go up to the car and put my hand on the glass and I'm looking at it, like, don't touch that car. I used to get in so much trouble because I didn't care. Like if I would see Supreme in them and Corley in them with they Mercedes, I'd be up all in the car trying to look through the tent. They'd be like, Jay gonna shoot you. They'd be like, oh, they just gonna have to shoot me. I'm all in the car, right? So now we get to Tim. Go, dude, he got this burgundy big body Benz. Now the big body was a 500 SCL. That was the top of the line, the top Mercedes, right? This the top. This is the mountain top when you made it. Why this dude Tim? Why this Queens dude had a 1000 SCL? Watch this. And they're supposed to not even made it. I don't know. When you go online, they say they didn't make it, but they did. They got, I don't know. I know what I saw. And he had gold letters, gold writing 1000. Because you know me, I went, shout out to the Don 88, the UK in the building. I went to the back of the car. I'm like, gold writing. I'm like, 1000? The lights on the mansion cut on because I'm loud. Kenneth like, boy, Kenneth like, get away from the car, bro. I'm like, Kenneth, this say 1000. He like, come over here. The lights, the dogs barking type thing. People coming out like, what? I'm like, Kenneth. He's like, boy, you in these cars. I'm like, this is hot, bro. I'm like, this thing say 1000. Now listen. So let me show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about. Yeah, I came with receipts. All right, so present. First of all, let me find the window. Which one is it? It's this one. All right, now let me go back. There we go. All right. Here we go. Present, share screen, window. It's gonna bring back memories, D. Watch this, D. Share. Y'all see this? Y'all see this big boy? This is the big body Benz. This is the big dog back in the 80s. That's the black with the gold. That's what D was talking. D said he had a sob with this setup. This is the big boy. This dude had the burgundy one with the burgundy in the rims. I think he had the chrome around it. I'm not sure. Or if it was just all burgundy. And in the back, it said 1000 SEL. I'm like, what? I'm like, what? They don't, what do you mean 1000 SEL? Yeah, this dog. Listen, see that? Gold, 1000 SEL. I was like, look, that's another picture outside. This that presidential stuff. You heard? You run around looking like the president. Look at that. That's the front. This black people in the 80s. This when people were poor. If you was running around in this, you were like the president. All right? His was burgundy, just like this. This is what we used to do too. Everything burgundy out the grill, everything. You'll leave, like you say, you'll leave the emblem, but the rims will match the car. You heard? So now I'm at the car. All right, now remember, guys, I'm a little, look like Buckingham. This is president. This for real stuff. Now, I'm get out the car. Now, we in a 98, right? KENNETH 98, crazy. I get out the car. I look at this burger. He got the red Audi. He got the white the 6 Series coupe BMW with the rims. I forgot what color they might have been white. And then this burgundy, I went right to the Benz. Now, I did stop at the red Audi because I love red, right? That was my favorite color. But I'm like, look at this Benz. I'm walking around. See, this me, guys. I'm in the window like this because our tents used to be this dark too, right? You keep your tents dark, right? I'm in, y'all Dylan, I'm in the window, right? And you ain't supposed to be you'll get yourself killed going near someone's car back in the 80s. More or less, going up and putting your little handprint. I'm trying to look through the thing. I'm all in the front. I'm at the grill. I'm in the back. I'm looking at the exhaust. I'm all touching the rim. Like, I just love cars. I still do. I love cars, right? It's just, I love the machinery. That's just my thing, right? So I'm touching the wheels. And I got other stories. Y'all gonna be like, I'm gonna bring a little. I almost got shot by Supreme from Supreme Team. Supreme and them, they almost shot me and killed me because I was at their cars. I'm gonna say that it's not in my documentary, but I'll tell that story when I release that. Right, I got a lot of stories I'm saving for when the channel grows really big. Right, so I've been used to doing this. I've been doing this my whole life, right, and I don't care. So what's the name stopped them from shooting me, Corley, and from shooting me because I didn't care. I'm all on your car. I'm like, this is hot. I don't know. I was just crazy, right? Yeah, I'm under the car, checking the pipes. I'm looking at everything, Larry, y'all, right? So I get out the car at this dude mansion, and Kenneth think I can contain myself. You done lost your mind, Kenneth. I lost my mind. I'm out there like, yo, this ain't 1000. I'm yelling. The lights came on in the mansion. Yeah, dogs barking, people coming out. Like, yo, Kenneth like, yo, Ron, stop. I'm like, this is so hot, right? So, all right. So now we come back, right? We get all right. So now we like, hey, like, come on, boy. So we go meet Tim and the other dude. So he got a team, right? He had a bunch of goons around him and everything. So, Tim, he like, yo, who this? He like, this my man. This, he's like, this is like, this who gonna be with me. Like, you gonna, I bought him so that you can know who he is, because you'll see him all the time. He'll be with me, right? So now, guys, listen clearly. I don't like him now because Kenneth told me he don't trust him. I'm just being real. So now I'm not saying he was a good dude. He could have been a good dude. I'm just telling y'all, this is what time I'm on. If my man don't like you, I don't like you, right? I was like that with D, right? Facts. I was riding with D. If D back then, if D was told me, "Wow, I got a problem, I ain't like somebody," I would have been riding. Facts. Yo, D, I'm with you. Let's go. You heard? That's how I used to get down. If I'm with you, I'm with you. You my people, right? Because guys, it was hard in the 80s to eat. Now, I'm not promoting no crime. Shout out to those who had good jobs and had parents and houses. I didn't come from that. You understand? I come from the projects. So sometimes it's hard to eat and it's hard to get a connect. So when someone gives you a connect, right? They connect with you and you're able to feed yourself and feed your children, then I would form a bond with them, because we're dealing with stuff that could get us life in jail and stick up kids and killing and stuff. So if I'm rocking with you, I'm rocking with you. You heard? See? Yep. D said he was good. See, I figured that. See, he's probably a good dude, right? Thank you, D. Right? So, yeah. But so again, I was a child, so I just don't like him because Kenneth said he just didn't trust him. Now, I'm about to explain to y'all. Watch this, D. You're about to understand why, right? That's why I say I'm about to tell an untold story. And I could tell it because Kenneth is gone, right? And I don't know who Tim is. I ain't never say his name or nothing, right? So I don't know if he's still alive or not. So you're about to find out, D, what happened. So I'm like this, but I look like I weigh maybe 112 pounds. I'm not even 6'1" yet. I'm probably still like 5'11", 5'10", probably weigh 120 pounds soaking wet. And you think I look young now. Can you imagine? I look like I'm 10 years old. I just want you to understand. Now, I'm gonna save that for this story. This is going to be dope. Just y'all hang in there for a second. Sorry it took so long at the beginning, but I need to set the foundation. So now I'm I'm like this, right? So now I'm all excited about his car and everything. So then when we get to meet him, he come out. Yo, D, I got the screw face, right? Because I'm trying to be tough, right? I'm like, right? I know that dude Tim look at me like, look at this. But I do know he knows some young thugs. So I do know you ain't gonna get to that level Tim was at without knowing that some of these young 12, 13s will be the ones that are really dangerous. So I could see he did have a certain respect for me. I seen it, but I know he looked at me like, look at this dude trying to screw face me. Cause I'm standing there like, you know, yo, D, I'm standing there like I'm holding Kenneth down. Like, which I was. I'm like, I'm holding him down. That's how I felt, right? Like I'm the muscle, right? He from the 40s, that makes sense. That makes sense, D. From 40 Projects, that makes sense, right? So so now, anyway, so you know, he talking and whatever. He like, all right. So I meet him and everything. It's all cool. He seemed like he was cool, but I was trying to hold Kenneth down and I got a position to play, right? I got to act like, you know, I'm tough, right? But which, in a way I was, because I would have sure enough popped anything that Kenneth said pop. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm not promoting none of it, but if he said pop something, I would have popped it. Facts. I don't care who they are. I wouldn't care. So what? Everybody died just like me. That's how I used to think. And that's how you got to understand these kids think. So don't ever underestimate these children and think they're supposed to be scared of you because you tough and big and you got a name. Don't let that don't mean nothing to a 13, 14-year-old who don't got all his maturity yet. Okay? I'm just giving y'all truth to facts. So now we we met them and everything. I met him, you know, he seemed pretty cool, whatever. His boys around. I'm just looking at people like this is who I might have to pop or whatever one day or whatever. So whatever, we leave. Bang. We finished. So I met him. Everything's good. So we going on. Everything's going on. So then one time, Kenneth come. We on the block, right? I'm on the block. We out there, right? He still got his pony pack thing. They doing their thing. And I'm doing my own thing. Now, I think Crack came, crack was introduced. So it's starting to change. I remember dudes started putting the crack in their weed, right? And I remember Biz and them started doing it. This ain't no disrespecting, but this is what came to the hood. We didn't know no better. So they would, and it stank. I remember they were smoking on the porch on Elm, and I was like, that stink. I was like, I'm glad I never tell. I'm like, I ain't, and I'm glad they stopped, right? They, because they didn't get, nobody got strung out from at least our crew. But I was like, that stuff stink, because they was putting it in their weed at first. It's called Woolers, right? That's what Wu-Tang talk about it. When Wu-Tang first album, they said putting it in Raekwon say smoke cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question, I was up. That's because that's what was happening when crack first came. We didn't know. So we thought it was something new, cool, because we used to put coke in our blunts and they used to put crack, but it stank. I was like, I don't want none of that, right? I'm glad I never took it, right? And I'm glad they was able to stop it. They didn't get, So anyway, so at this point, I think crack just started coming. So I'm up there, I'm doing my thing. Kenneth and them doing their thing. So one time, Kenneth pull up. He pull up on the block. He come up the street with this burgundy 500, this car right here in burgundy, not 500, 1000 SEL. So it's coming up the street, and I hear someone say, here come Tim, right? Because Tim would come through every now and then, check on the block and stuff, right? And he have his crew with him, you know what I mean? His crew from Queens, right? And he pull up, and so I heard someone say, here come Tim. And I look like, woo, here come the 1000. Here, my little stupid butt, I'm in the street. I'm like the 1000. I'm like, I'm ready to look at the car. I know he like, if you don't get away, I know somebody keep him away from my car, right? So here it come. So I'm like, ooh, the 1000. So it stops and it pulls over. So I'm like, ooh, so I start to go up to the car. Y'all know me. I'm going up to the car. I got to look. And all of a sudden the window rolled down. And I look and he like, yo, Rob, come on, get in. I said, KENDU? He's like, you know it. I said, KENDU, what you doing in the 1000? He said, yo, Rob, we got the 1000 for the night. I said, what? He said, get in. I'm like, yo. I'm like, yo. I can't even contain myself. I'm like, yo. So hit my stupid butt. I run to the back of the car. 1000. I run to the front. He like, get in, Rob. I'm like, oh, okay. So I run and I open the door. Now the door, I don't know. I don't know what it is with the 1000. Maybe they stretched it. It's supposed to be like a small limousine or something. Because when you look online, they say they didn't make it, but there's a lot of people that got it that say they did make it. It's a whole conundrum going on, right? This is supposed to be, hold on, let me show y'all another one. This is supposed to be, they go to back, right? 1000 SEL, right? Let me show y'all, no, not that one. Let me go back this way. Do I got it? Nah, I don't got it there. All right, I got it somewhere. Let me find it. I want to show y'all something. This is supposed to be the interior, but I think it's something that's not the that's not the interior. But hold on, let me get my interior pick. Yeah, I came to show y'all some things. Oh man, where'd my interior pick go? Oh, come on, bro. All right, so I think it gotta be here. Let me open up the file. Give me a sec. I want y'all to see this. File. It's gotta be here somewhere. Because I know I saved it. Okay, that's the Audi. That's the... Oh, man. Oh, that sucks, guys. That mean I must have just had it in the other tab and never saved it. And now the tab is gone. All right. Well, that sucks. They had a picture that said it was supposed to be the interior. It was crazy. You know what I mean? You know what? I ain't about to leave y'all like that. Watch this. I could do it right fast. 1000. There you go. SEL Mercedes. Enter. And then one of the
There you go. So let me do this. All right. And then let me screenshot this. I'm really quick with what I do because I don't want to leave y'all. And bang. Bang. Give me 1 second. And I'm going to continue the story. The story is about to get good in a second. Save. All right. So that's there. Close that. Stop sharing that. Go here. Go to quick access. Double click. Oh, I double click too fast. I don't want to close that. Let me go back again. Double click. There we go. Now come back to you guys. Click present, share screen, window, bang, share. So this is supposed to be the interior. Look at this. This the 80's though. Look at this craziness. So this old TVs. This the old stuff. I don't know if this TV in the headrest. So this is, I don't know what they doing. This is, but they was like, this is supposed to be the interior of the 1000. I don't know what all that is. It's supposed to be like the limousine version of the 500. I don't know. That looks crazy. But anyway, I just wanted to show that. That looks kind of crazy. But this ain't what, the interior was crazy, but I don't remember seeing all this stuff up here and all that, right? The interior was crazy though. All right. So yeah, it's like a Maybach version of it. Yeah. And this before, this the 80's. So yeah, this is some limousine version type thing. But they said it's supposed to be the 1000, right? It's this big mythical thing, right? This 1000 thing. All right. So now, let me come back to my car because let me continue with the story. There we go. Present, share screen, window, that one, share. All right. Let me get to my image of the other one. Not that one, this one. Because you can see it more better as I'm telling the story. All right. So now, Kenneth come and he like, now I'm pointing this out because Kenneth, guys, Kenneth looks like a child. I just want you, Kenneth always had a little boy's face. Even when he was grown. Right now, I can guarantee you, if Kenneth was still alive, with his face, he would still probably look like he's 25 years old, right? Because he has a baby face. He just has a natural baby face at all times, right? So Kenneth, and he's skinny, right? And his little face look like a little baby face, right? Now, Kenneth, it's so funny because Kenneth looks like he's all of maybe, all right, let me show this picture. Stop sharing. Present, share screen, window, this one, share. Okay, now let me try to zoom into Kenneth's little face. See that little face? Let me make it even bigger. That's Kenneth's face, right? He got a baby. He looks young. He would be 50, 60 years old looking like this, right? So he had this little, and he was skinny. So he looked like he's all of 17, right? Now, Kenneth pulls up in this, 14 years old, right? Always had a baby face, right? Like a little baby, right? Grown man. Now, he pulls up in this 1000 stretch big old Benz. This car is so long, it looked like a president, right? And he looked like he is all in. And so because the car is so big, he looked like this, and he put his little face come out the window, come on, Rah. And his voice sound little too. Get in the car, Rah. And I'm like, he looked like a little child. If you think a cop ain't about to pull us over, let me explain something to you. First of all, we about to ride around looking like the president, like
like the king and queen of England, right? In this 1,000 Mercedes Burgundy, Kenneth looked like he 14 and I look like I'm 9. Shout out to Jody in the building. I look like I'm 9 years old. If you think Kenneth looked young, okay, back then, I was 6 years younger than him or something. And I'm only like 15 or something like that. Right? Something like 16 or something, whatever. I'm young. So Kenneth looked like he's like 15, 16, and I look like I'm 10. Now listen. So this Mercedes is so big, right? It's so huge. Let me go back to it. I just wanted to show y'all Kenneth's face so y'all can have the understanding, all right? Because I put this together the right way. I want y'all to have the full understanding of really what's going down, right? So now, this presidential, right? This thing looking like the president, right? Right? We in this car, and it's long, and it's big, okay? And Kenneth is like this because the seats are so big and the windows, the car is so big, and he like this because, you know, we ain't gonna have the seat all up. He like this, come on, get in the car, right? So I open the door and the door is like this big. The door is huge. So I open the door and I'm like, oh my goodness, the 1,000. I get in, I close the door, boom. The door, and it's that airplane thing. Whoosh, you know what I mean? That's that Mercedes, that money, when you spend that money, you get a level of quality, right? It's like whoosh. So I get in and he like, yo, we got it for the night. I'm like, we out. The seat back. I'm like a pebble in the seat. We take off. I roll the window down, crack the windows. I'm like, I'm like, we out of here, you itches. I'm out, right? We pull off. Now, we ain't got nothing to do. So all we got to do is we ride now. So we like, yo, ride. I'm like, where we going quick? Yeah, the car definitely swallowed us up. We look like kids, like we done stole the president's car. We ride. He like, all right. So we ride through the island. We going to try to mess with girl. He's stopping at girl's house. He getting out. I'm getting out. We then we going to Queens. Because we know Kenneth got girls everywhere. Right? Kenneth was a ladies' man. Kenneth was the girls loved Kenneth, right? So he like, yo, we going to Queens. So we jump on the highway. We going to Queens. We going to girls' house. We just riding in the 1,000. We in the 1,000 SEL, the burgundy one. I'm riding now. We got it for the night. We all over the place. We stopping to get food. Can y'all imagine us pulling up to a spot? We pull up to the spot, right? First of all, everybody's looking at the car. It's a 1,000 SEL in the 80s. This is like 1984 or something, right? I think it's 84. Because I remember he had the 84. That red Audi was a brand new 84. That Tim do. So everywhere we go, everybody is looking at the car and the tents are so bad. So we got the windows cracked down. I lay my little head up. So when we get out the car, people like, what the? I don't know. They looking at us. Oh, thank you. D Payne said it was 85. Thank you, D. See, D know. Come on, D. So everybody, they looking at us like, what in the world? 2 toddlers. Yes, Larry, y'all. 2 toddlers driving in this presidential 1,000 though. The 1,000. All right, bang. So I just want to share this. So we riding around, we doing our thing. So we in the 1,000, everything good and lovely. So bang, we rock out. Now I'm gonna fast forward. What happened was somehow Kenneth messed up. So, yo, D, what I think Kenneth said, I play this back later. What I think Kenneth meant when he said he didn't trust him was that what I told y'all guys, Kenneth didn't really know how to count the numbers in the drugs, right? What I learned, because I put this together afterwards. So, what I think happened is Kenneth, somewhere along the line, I don't know who, somebody messed up. And because Kenneth didn't know the numbers of what he gave, I think he gave someone too much or something. He did something where the numbers were off. And the person that did it didn't tell Kenneth, because people will try to use you, right? And I would never hurt Kenneth because I loved him, like no matter what. I never put money above my loyalty, right? Money to me was always just a tool. It could be made and gone. But your brotherhood, loyalty is everything to me. That's how I live, even to this day. Money don't go above people above. So I would never hurt Kenneth. Kenneth could have gave me some. So let's say he's supposed to give you an eighth of key and he ended up giving you 375 grams. You know what I mean? Instead of 200, a quarter. Instead of giving you 250 a quarter key grams, he gave you 375. I would tell him, right? I'll be like, bro, what you doing? This is way too much. You're only supposed to give me 250. But everybody ain't like that. So I'm just theoretical. I'm just putting pieces. I don't know absolutely what happened. Somebody out there know. Yeah. Look, D, you know, huh? Ah, you know where I'm going, D. Wow. Thank you for filling in the blanks, D. You know exactly where I'm going. Shout out to D. So, wow, that makes sense, D. Now I know. You just answered one of my questions, D. Of course, I'm going to keep that between us. You just answered one of my questions. All right, so, wow, D, that's what's up. So anyway, so somebody did something. I don't know, but Kenneth would have never shorted him. Kenneth don't mess up money. He's not a trick. He's astute, good businessman. But he didn't know how to count it. And I think someone took advantage of that. And they jammed him up. And when they jammed him up, his money wasn't right. And that messed him up. So once that happened, the Tim dude, you're right, D, the Tim dude kind of, forgave it and looked out again. But then it jammed. He was like behind, right? It jammed him up. And he wasn't really kind of able to catch up the right way. And those boys were serious, right? Because the stuff we was dealing with in the 80s was serious business. It's no joke, right? The stuff is no joke. People get their life taken. So D, you said he had mad love for him, yeah, because they would leave you in a ditch. Facts. So what happened was it must have got really messed up, and the big boss, dude Tim, they took Kenneth for a ride. And they put him in the trunk. And shout out to Big Bump in the building. They put him in the trunk, and they showed him that they could have killed him. For those who know about the 80s, they took him for a ride. This is no joke. This real stuff. This real dark stuff, right? The stuff we was living back then. Real dark stuff. And they could have killed my boy. And it shook Kenneth it hurt him really bad. I mean, spiritually, it hurt him really bad. And I remember it was all out. They made a statement, yep, as Dee said, to teach him a lesson and also to make a statement to others, right? Don't mess around, right? Don't mess up. It's just street. That's just what it was. I'm sorry. If you was playing in that realm, you need to know it's life or death. I knew it every day when I was in it. All right. Every time I would re-up, every time whatever, it's life or death. That's why back then I always kept a gun and all that type of stuff. Now I'm not promoting none of that. And I did my time for all those crimes I committed back then. All right. And KENDU is gone. So I remember it filtered, and you know, guys, people, even amongst your own, you got people that have a secret jealousy of you. You know, people act like they're your friend, but then they secretly jealous. I know KENDU got that. You know, I know, shout out to Doug Massey in the building. Shout out to Big Doug. Doug Fresh in the building. Slick Hard in the building. All right. So I know people used to feel that way of me. You know what I mean? I knew those who sometime in my face, but then outside my back. I knew that. Ty used to tell me sometime, you know, I knew who really cared and did it. You know what I mean? I was never a fool. So I know some felt that way of Kenneth too, envious, you know, his cars and money. So I could see some of the smirks after they put him in the trunk and all that, right? I didn't like it because I really loved Kenneth. I liked him. So I remember him talking to me, right? We was by ourselves. I think we was in the car or something. And he was quiet. So after that, yeah, he was one of the few that he dealt with facts. I knew that, D. After that, Kenneth was never really the same. I'm being honest with y'all. It's like it took a part out of him. Because Kenneth was always so laughing, smiley, bubbly all the time. But he got more kind of somber a little bit. Now, later it kind of went away, but I'm talking about right when this happened, because I was with him. I was hanging with him there. I was his little man then. And he kind of lost his smile a little bit, like his light. And I remember we was in the car. That's why I said it hurt him. It hurt him spiritually. And I was like, and I know he was embarrassed too. You know what I mean? Because he, yeah, not so much the fear, Yahshuah. It wasn't the fear. It was the embarrassment and the hurt. Listen, Yahshuah, that this could happen to him, but it really wouldn't be wise to respond back. So he wasn't scared, not fear. Kenneth was not scared. We didn't come from that. Now, of course, we have fear, right? But I know what you mean. But no, that wasn't what it was. It wasn't that. It wasn't fear. It was embarrassment of knowing that everyone knows this happened, and that it wouldn't be wise to react to it. Yeah, because and the betrayal of what happened. Because when he told me, we was in the car and he looked at me, and I felt sad because I could tell my brother was hurting, right? And I was like, you know, I'm young and stupid. So I was like, so what we gonna do? So let's go shoot them niggas. Let's go shoot. And he looked at me. He looked at me and shook his head like, oh, like you stupid, right? Like that young stuff, right? I was on that young stuff. You know what I mean? When you young, you stupid, right? And he looked at me like, and he's like, no. He said, no. It's like, he told me, he said, I messed up. Like the numbers weren't right? He said, first of all, this ain't something that it's the level that they were on. We would have to be willing to just risk it all. Like we would have to go kill all of them. Then you got whatever's going to come from it with the police and then the block. And we don't know what other connections he's got. Boy, he's probably connected to the mob or some Colombians. Like Kenneth was old enough to know, no. First of all, I messed it up and he liked him. So he liked that dude, Tim. So that's why I'm glad D told me that Tim liked Tim too. Right. And I knew, and then he said it too. And I knew it too. Because usually if they take you for a ride in the trunk, you ain't coming back. I knew that part, right? And so Ken, he told me, he said, nah. Because I'm like, you know, I'm like, listen, let's go. We know where they stay. Let's set it. We could catch him. He like, no. I'm like, he's like, nah, it's my, he said, I messed up. I messed up the numbers. He said, nah, it ain't worth it. It ain't. And then he was like, they let me live. Right? He was like, they let me live. He said, usually when you take a ride, you don't come back. I said, yeah, you're right about that. And he was like, that's just it. So then he was like, I gotta just try to break off the relationship. I can't, because what if it mess up again? And so I don't know, others know more than me. I don't know what happened after where he actually did break away, because I know he did, because I didn't see Tim come around no more and all of that. So I don't know. So shout out to D that could fill in some of the stuff that I didn't know. But that was the story of Tim. And I wanted to tell that story because of the 1000 Mercedes. I really wanted to tell that story because I got it. We had the 1000 for a day. Now I got another story coming in a second. Another untold firsthand account story with my brother KENDU. Kenneth here, R.I.P. KENDU. And so we riding around in the 1000. I want to tell the story for the 1000, boy. We was in the 1000, guys. Y'all know I love, y'all can tell how much I love cars. Boy, we look like little doggone rugrats in this one. The car made us look this big, right? And Kenneth skinny and taller than me, and I was all of 5 foot nothing, right? So anyway, that's as far as I know with the story with the Tim dude. I remember seeing them come up again. I would love that his white BMW. Ooh, that red Audi though. Yo, D, that red Audi. And I think it had red, I don't remember the rims. I don't know if it had the red rims. Boy, that red Audi. Ooh, the pretty red. It was like it was just dipped in the pool of red. Woo! This the 80s, boy. These dark legends, they was multimillionaires. All right, so now, that was the story of Tim, right? So I don't remember anything else after that, right? And then later, me and Kenneth, because the story I'm about to tell now, I think is before that story I just told. But there was another dark street legend, Kingpin. I didn't go to Facebook to ask anybody to let me know if he was alive or not. So if somebody here from New York can figure out who I'm talking about, and if y'all tell me he dead, then I'll tell the whole story. Because, I don't know. Some of these people are real dark legends, right? So I don't know if they got bodies under their belt, murders and stuff. So this ain't Vlad TV, you heard? So I'm going to give some hints to who I'm talking about. And if anybody from New York, if y'all know he's dead or something, y'all can say it, then I can say who it is. But he was he's older than us, older than Kenneth and them. He was a Strong Island, one of the kingpins. I think he was from Freeport. His name, well, let me tell you what he had. He had a Rolls Royce. Back in the 80s. Nobody had Rolls Royces. This is before Rakim and Eric B. This ain't hip hop. This is the crack era from the beginning. All right. He had a Rolls Royce and he had a light-skinned girl, and she lived in the 100 buildings in Washington Street, one of those buildings. So if somebody from New York, if y'all know who I'm talking about, I don't want to say his name because I'm going to tell a story, and I don't know if he's still alive, and I don't know what he's doing. But if I ever found out that he died, then I got a story to tell on him, right? And I don't want to give a hint of his name, but his name was a thing that was repeated. So I'm going to call his name, we're going to call his name Man. Okay? So he had one of those names where it's a double repeat, right? So I'm going to just call his name Man. And he's an older dude. Kind of my complexion, little light skin. He had that light skinned girl. She was crazy. They used to be fighting. I met them through Kenneth always had some connects, right? Bill had this connect too. All right, now this is a Freeport legend. So now this I think this is earlier than that time. I think this before Tim and them. I don't remember that Queens dude. This is Strong Island. Now here we go. Dark Kingpin. This dude had a Rolls Royce in the 80s. Not a Mercedes, not nothing. This dude's riding around. You think this 1000 on the screen looked like the president. This dude riding around in a Rolls Royce. Now, he was running a lot of the stuff in Freeport and Roosevelt. And I guess Kenneth and Bill, he had to connect with him and stuff, right? And others. So I guess we start, so when we was hustlers in the 80s, and I did my time for any crime that I committed back then, these just test stories from the past life, we would always get new connects, meaning new people who got kilos, right? So let's say if Bill Blast, he get a connect, he'd be like, yo, I got this connect out in Eastern Long Island. I got another story about the kingpins out there, right? Amityville, Wine Dance, right? Yeah, we're going to go back in this channel, facts, all right? Now, so so let's say Bill would be like, I got this connect out there, and they giving it to us for less than the dudes in Queens or the dudes in Brooklyn or the dudes in, now this dude, what I say I was going to call him? Man, right? This dude, Man, right? That ain't his name. Man had keys, but Man was known to have bull crap, bullish. What I mean by that is, when we hit keys, you want a raw dog brick of fish scale or shiny. I want to be able to ski like a ski slope on. I need to be shiny. When I crack it open, I need layers. Y'all know, well, y'all don't know it and don't want to know what I'm talking about. Just don't, this is over. It's the 80s, right? I need layers, right? I need that Ricky, right? This dude, Man, he was known to bring you, he'll say he'll bring you a kilo, right? Or half a key. He show up and it's in a big glad, a big plastic bag, and it's a bunch of shake and powder, right? Ain't no brick, ain't no layers, ain't no, it's a bunch of, doggone when they ain't nothing but stepped on, cut all it like, and his legend was, he was like notorious. Like he had a temper, like he was crazy, like he was borderline crazy, right? He'd kill you, right? So he would bring the work. So he was the type that if you would make a big mistake by asking for receiving work from him, because he gonna want all his money. Listen what I'm telling you. He'll give it to you, right? It's gonna be half bull crap, right? If you gotta cook it, ain't nothing, half of it coming, you're gonna lose money, but then he still want all what you're supposed to pay him, right? And he kind of crazy, he's kind of psycho. Yeah, hothead, right? Yeah, so I remember Bill was dealing with him back then. And I remember we was in the apartment and I already knew about him, right? Because I met him, I seen him pull up at the park in his Rolls Royce, and I heard the stories about him and his crazy girl arguing and all that. And I heard stories, I'm like, Dad, he doubt it, right? And he was kind of, he was one of those, you could tell some people you could tell are dangerous. Like really dangerous, like killers, right? So, pardon me, I could tell from his energy. And I used to see him, I'm like, nah, I don't want to. I used to be like, I don't want to deal with him because he the type, if he give me some bull crap and I'm not trying to, because I didn't like to be, you ain't going to play me. I don't know. I was just whatever. And I'm like I will have to shoot him, right? You will have to kill him because he's dangerous, right? I can just tell there's different levels of dangerous. And some people are crazy, right? Some people are thinkers. I could tell he's crazy, right? So I'm like, I ain't dealing with him. So Bill Blast used to deal with him. I don't know why. I used to always tell Blast, I'm like, Blast, why are you dealing with him? He's like, I don't know. That's my man. I'm like, man, I don't know, man. You messing with that. No wonder customers used to be mad at Blast on the block. They want, I'm like, cause you got that bull crap from Man Man. Like, I am not messing with Man Man. His cut up product, right? So, anyway, so Man Man was he, you know, they knew him, right? Because Blast used to deal with him. Kenneth dealt with him before, but Kenneth was like, I ain't messing with him because he crazy, right? He have to kill me or I have to kill him. And the stuff he do is garbage. He always messing with garbage. That's what we call. He always dealing with garbage, and that's how he make his money. He don't care. He do it through intimidation, right? He the type he'll give you a bag of garbage and say, "Bring me back, bring me back 10,000." Even though you only gonna probably make about 8,000 off it or 9,000, you owe him 1,000 type of stuff, or you just make it back, and he want all his money, right? So I had nothing to do with him. So anyway, but he would come around because Kenneth and them had an apartment in Freeport, and he's a Freeport legend, right? So he ran all of Roosevelt and Freeport at that time, right? Yeah, man, the madman, right? So we are so he would always be at the apartment. So he knew me. He was cool. I liked him because he was crazy, right? And he knew me, and he knew Kenneth. He knew Kenneth told him that I was, you know, official. Like I was this back when I was young. That like I would pop something, you know. Kenneth told, you know, Kenneth was like this, you know. Kenneth was like I was like around at that time. I was like around Kenneth as like his muscle, not his muscle, but I would. He just knew that I was going to pop something, which I was back then. Right? I was. Just back then. That's certain time in my life. Not always, guy. Other times I'll just be chilling. But this, I'm just telling what it was. So anyway, so I almost said his name by accident. Ooh, I gotta be careful. So Man didn't he liked that. So when Kenneth told him that, you know, this is a little, you know, he'll pop off, he a little popper, right? He was like, all right, I like, you know, he liked that. So we used, you know, we be around him. You know, his Rolls Royce. Y'all know me. I was all in his Rolls Royce. I'm all in the grill. The grill is this big because he had a Rolls Royce and stuff. This the back in the days. The grill is like the side bigger than me. I'm all in the grill. I'm all in the car and the inside. He like, you like cars? I'm like, let me drive it. That's me. I'll be like, let me drive it. He's like, you're too little. You can't even see over the doggone dashboard until I let me drive it, right? So anyway, so now this story. So what he would do, sometime he would come get us, right? So once he found out that Kenneth said that I would pop, he would come get us and he would say, I got some money for you. So he'd be like, yo, Kenneth, get your little man. And come on, get some, you know, your little man and whoever else will pop, and come on. So one time, I'm just telling stories of me and my experiences with my brother KENDU. Right? I ain't promoting none of this stuff. This is bad stories of blacks, black people, what's the name, and other black people, right, for drugs and money. So this ain't nothing I'm promoting. I'm not promoting this. This is stuff that get you life in jail, got people killed and all of that. It's nothing good. But this is just what we was living in the era that we came in. You know, the society, what is done to us. You know what I mean? The life that we was living. Hands we are dealt. So he came and he was like this particular time, because he was come other times. We'd go to Queens and stuff with him and stuff like that, because he would want a crew. So let's say if we going to, he got a something. Let's say if he wanted to go to a show at the Apollo, right, or something, right? He'll come get us, right, and say, you know, get some of your boys together and come with me, because you know he gonna be with his girl. He had his light-skinned girl with his Rolls Royce, and he want a crew around him. So we would go out with him like that, right? He was a big dog, right? So this one time he came to get us, and he's like. He said, he came again. He's like, listen, I need y'all come with me. I got these people owe me money, right? These people owe money in Freeport. So we get in the car and we ride up. So we ride on in Freeport, Nassau Road. But when you get into Freeport, so it's the strip. And they was selling drugs on this strip, right? These Freeport dudes. So we pull up. So we pull up and yeah, hood tales, Shakita, trials and tribulations. These just hood stories, all right? Stuff that we survived. So we pull up and so we pull further down and he was like, all right. So he told us, he came up to the car. He said, all right, this is my strip. He said, all them up there, they all work for me. He said, but those three, he pointed out these three dudes. He said, see them, him. He said, they owe. And I warned them, and they ain't got my money. He said, so we about to make an example of them. So I said, you want me to pop them? That's what I said. I'm not promoting it. And he looked and he said, no, no, little man, but I like that, right? I'm like, all right, so what you bring us for? He said, nah, I just want y'all to, if they try to run, he said, then you can pop somebody, but shoot them in the leg. Don't shoot nobody, shoot them in the leg. Just stop them when they try to run. All right. So I'm like, okay. We're like, okay. So then we parked the car on that little strip. It's when you get into Freeport down Nassau Road. We parked the car and then we get out because he don't want them to see the car, because they might run. So we walk up, right? That one's a Benzo. That's a 1000 SEL, KD Kid. When you rewind the story, one of my man Kenneth, we was in that joint. My man Kenneth had me riding in one of those. We started walking up the side of the strip, right? So we walking up and we walk in and when we get out the car, we get out and then he walks up and he's kind of wild. He kind of bigger, light skinned, and he's kind of wild. He can walk wild. You could tell he a wild boy. So he walk up and when he walk up, I'm like, what is that? He going like this. He got a bat. So I'm like, you got a bat? He like, yup, it's time to play baseball. So I'm like, ooh, right? I'm like, do I look at Kenneth? Kenneth like, yeah, he wild. I'm like, okay, this crazy. Like, so we start walking up and we walking up and they hustling. They got fiends up there. It's like a strip, right? So they got their stuff going on. Then all of a sudden, man, he goes, what's good? Man in the house, right? He said his real name, man in the house. And so they like, and you see, and immediately when he looked, I seen fear on people's face. They like, it's like they seen a ghost, right? They like, yo, man, what's up? What's up, man? He like, nothing, what's good? And he's like, and then you see the ones who he pointed out, you see them look, he like, yeah, you ain't think you was gonna see me today. And he's playing with the bat, like, talking, and he's thinking, he's like, you ain't think you was gonna see me today, right? And he's like, yo, what up, man? No, man, yeah, we got you. I got you. He's like, yeah, come back later. I'll have it for you later. And he said, oh, so you'll have it later. What about you? Yeah, no. Here, I got you. He's like, what is that? No, I'll have you tomorrow. And then the other one, he like, what about you? And he just turned his head. And I'm like, but it's just like a movie, guys. I'm like, and we standing out there. Now we're in a strip and it's a bunch of them. And it's only me, Kenneth, I think it's two more people. I can't remember who they were. And man. So it's only like 5 of them. I'm little. Kenneth's skinny. I'm little. These big drug dealers, these big dudes, these Freeport dudes, right? I'm little, but I got a gun, right? So, all right, but I'm little. I know they looking at me like, he brought a kid up here, right? So anyway, and then all of us who with us, we kind of not that big, right? So then the dude who look away, he just look away. So man says, so y'all think this is a game? Y'all think it's a game? And he looks and he says, so you gonna have my money tomorrow? He like, yeah, just come up tomorrow. I got it. And then he goes, boom. I mean, he does it. Like later I realized he was rocking them to sleep. He talking to this dude, so you're gonna have my money tomorrow. And the dude who just looked away, turned his head, he talking to somebody right here. And he said, so you gonna have my money tomorrow? He said, yeah, I have my money. And he just, while he looking at him, just swung the bat. And I mean, he hit the bat right in the dude's head. I mean, he swung this bat, so, and he already kind of big and wild. You know those people who wild, right? He probably can throw a football. He probably a good football player in his younger days, right? Like that. Probably a fullback, one of those type of people. He swung this bat so fast and hard without even looking at the dude. He's looking at this dude and said, it said, bang, it was a wood bat. That thing cracked this dude's head. You heard a crack. It was like, crack, yo, when it hit, the dude just, it's like everything stopped. He just went backwards. Boom, just fell back. It like it cracked his whole skull open, bro. Blood just, it was just like, it was so hard. It shocked me. It really shocked me. I was like, because I didn't see it coming. Like he snuffed him with a bat without even looking at him. Like literally rocked him to sleep. The worst snuff is when you ain't looking and paying attention. He snuffed him with a bat to the forehead and he cocked it from way back here. And he looked like he probably could hit a home run. Like he looked like he's athletic, that type. Probably was a good sports when he was in high school type of thing. So it cracked him. So the dude, everybody just froze. And the dude just fell back. And I'm just like shocked. And before everybody's shocked because it happened so fast. So before anybody, it's like he didn't even look at the dude. He hit him. The dude went down. And I look at him, I look at the dude, and then he looking over here, he just reared the bat and whunk! It caught the other dude in between the shoulder and the neck, right up in here. So it hit the shoulder and slid up, and you hear whack! And the dude I almost said his name again. Sorry. The dude like, man! He just yelled, man! Like, it just whacked him. Boom! It busted his whole, and the dude went to the side of he went into the side of the wall of the cement thing, right? Cause we in front of like a strip of stores. He went to the side of the thing and we said, man. And he went to the side of the thing. He hit him and then he came right back and caught the other dude. Cause when he came right back like this, the other dude tried to take off. He tried to run. He came right back with a backhand. Whap! And caught the other dude in the back of his head as he was trying to run off. Hit him. Boom! With the momentum of him running, caught him. Boom! Hit him in the back of the head. Boom! And he went over. He went face over, face down. So when he went over face down, he stepped over him with the bat and he whacked him. Bang! In the back of the head. I saw blood bust out and I'm like, whoo! This thing was ugly, bro. And then he whacked him in the back of the head. Blood bust out. Then he turned to the other dude who said, man, and went into the wall. Because now he got up from the wall and he tried to run. So when he tried to run, he took off and he tried to run. KENDU stuck his foot out. And it tripped him. Tripped him. And because he turned, and the dude tried to run, and KENDU said, boop, and he tripped. And man, I almost said his name again. And man looked at KENDU and was like, and went and whack. I mean, he started beating his arm. Everything he hit, I was like, ow. Boy, I don't never want to get beat with a bat or a pipe. He started bing, and it was a crack. Like, he was just whacking him. He like, man, I almost said his name again. He like, man, I'll have your money, man. He like, no, you think I'm playing with you? He beating him while the dude, he like, you think I'm playing? And everybody's out there. I said, he making a statement. He was beating up. He beat the mess out of them. I mean, he was whacking them. You think I'm playing with my money? You have my money when I come up here. Any of y'all, give up. He was just beating them and beating them and beating them and beating them. I'm like, my goodness. Then he went up to his head and wow. And he went out. Then he turned around and he went back. And the second dude he hit, he was getting up, holding his head, bleeding. He was like, man. He said, you think I'm playing with you? Didn't I tell you have my money? He said, I'll have it for you tomorrow. He said, if you don't have my money for tomorrow, I'm killing you and your family. What? And caught him across the face. I'm like, ooh. He finished, he go out. He go to the first dude. This dude's still out. The first dude laying there, blood just dripping. Everybody else, because it's about 10, 15 dudes, everybody else like this. Against the wall. And he takes the bat and he wringles it. Like he goes like this, right? So then he says, and somebody might remember this part of the story I'm about to tell. And then he goes like this, right? He's like, is anybody else going to mess up my money? Am I going to have to visit anybody else? They're like, no, man. I almost said his name again. They're like, no, man. No, man. No. I'm like, this dude is a beast, bro. He just wanted us there to catch somebody, I guess, if they try to run. You know? This dude, I was like, this dude is a monster, bro. Like, you definitely got to shoot this dude, right? So then he said, all right, when I need my money, everybody have my money. Everybody, okay, man, okay. So he's like, so he walked back. So he looked at us. So he got two of his mans with him too. So it's three of us and 3 or 4 of us. I think it was me, KENDU, 4 of us, and 2 more. I don't remember who they were. They probably know who. I don't even remember who they were. Then he tells 2 of his mans that's with him, because he had 2 people in his car. He says, he goes back to the one who he's beating his body, right? And the last one, he knocked him out with it, right? So he goes to his mans and he says, wake him up. So they go and they smacking him, right? And he someone else, he says, go get water out the store, because it's a store. They in front of a strip. So they go get water out the store and they pour water. Like, wake him up. They pour water on him. They wake him up. So he wake up, bloody everywhere. So he wake up, he like, all right. So he like, man, he crying. I'm sorry. He said, sorry ain't enough. He said, pick him up, put him in the trunk. So they pick him up and they put him in the trunk of his car. I don't think he wasn't in his Rolls Royce. He was in another car because he had more than his Rolls Royce. He had Benzes like this. He had Benzes. They all had Benzes like this, 500s. I ain't never seen a 1000. That Tim dude was the only one I ever seen with a 1000. I'm just telling y'all for facts. I ain't never heard Fat Cat, Prima, none of them. Now, other ones, I got other stories where some had Lamborghinis, right? We'll go back. These are Strong Island, dark legends from the crack era. All right, a lot of them are dead already, okay? This ain't nothing to promote. It's just the history of what happened. Just like slavery is a history, right? And they tell stories of what happened in slavery. It ain't nothing to promote. It's just what happened. That's all this is. We ain't promoting anything. This is just what happened, the trauma. This is nothing to promote. This is degradation. This ain't life, this is death. You understand? But this is some of the things we survived. And I got a chance to survive this life, horrible life. Now, he told his mans to put him in his trunk. So the dude now is crying, no, no, I almost said his name again. No, man. No, man. Don't put me in the trunk. No, I told you I'm out of money. So I'm looking, I'm like, oh my goodness, they putting him in the trunk. Now, I don't know if this is before that trunk thing happened with Kenneth or after. I can't remember the time frame of that. I don't know if it's before or after. I think it was before. It might have been before. I don't remember. So they put him in the trunk. So I'm like, oh my goodness, they putting him in the trunk, right? So I'm like, oh, I thought it was over for this dude. So we get in the car. He said, all right, y'all, everybody get in their cars. So we get in the cars and we start driving off, right? So now I'm in the car with Kenneth. I'm like, that dude. And KENDU like, oh, I'm gonna say his name again. KENDU like, man, ain't Father, please give me the grace not to slip and say this man's name. Please, if so you will. And I'm just telling the story. I'm not asking the Father. I'm asking to assist me as I'm telling the testimony of my life, how I survived. And now I'm a man of the Most High, right? I give all this back. This is things that you don't want to do. See, this is a story about these people who were selling drugs. You don't want to sell drugs. This thing could happen to you. This person I'm talking about is probably dead. I don't know. Or could have got life in prison. Like this stuff, nothing ends good from this life. Nothing. And it didn't end good for me, right? I ended up with my life. I ended up facing a life bid. The rest of my life in prison. That ain't a good ending. You see? But praise the Most High. I got another chance and I will never forsake it. I will never commit another crime ever. Barring self-defending myself against others. My life is dedicated to ministering to the children of the Most High and teaching them how to live a righteous life according to the Most High. Be lawful unto him. I'm a minister, all right? And this is my testimony how I got to this place, okay? Now, all right, so I'm not promoting anything. So he puts them in the trunk and we pull off. So now I'm riding with KENDU. I'm like, this dude, he's like, yo, he no joke. Right? So I'm like, man, bro. So I'm like, no wonder you don't take no packages from him. And KENDU like, nah, I'm not messing with man. I ain't messing with man. Because he snaps. Right? He's like, he's not all there. So he's like, yeah, we cool, because he's be coming to the house and all that. He's cool and funny. But he's like, I ain't messing with him. So but Blash used to mess with him. I don't know. He must have liked Blash. I'm like, Blash, I used to always tell Blash, stop messing with this dude, man. Because I don't know. I don't want nothing to happen to you, man. This dude is crazy, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's mad unbalanced. So anyway, so we driving, right? So now I'm like, yo, Kenneth, where we going? He's like, I don't know where he going. So Kenneth's like, I'm not about to appeal. I'm not about to see him kill this dude and dump him in no lake. I'm like, thank you. I ain't about to be no witness. If he gonna kill this dude, he gonna do it with his boys on his own. So I was like, I said, we gonna have to catch up to him, Kenneth, and tell him we pulling off. Like we got something to do, right? So then we driving. So this dude goes to our projects. Now somebody from New York, from Parkside, might remember this because it was a bunch of people that seen this, what I'm about to say. They might remember what I'm about to say. So we pull up, he pulls into our projects, right? Our Parkside projects. And I'm like, what is he doing? So we pull to the projects and we pull on 50 side, which is my side. So for those who remember, that's the side where the church is and the pool, Maple Street Pool used to be. So we pull right around by 71 where Raheem and Whip and Olin Campbell, where Miss Campbell window was. Pull right over there in the parking lot of the projects. Our projects is knocked down now. They knocked it down. So he pulls, and all the car, he pull, we pull. So we all get out. He get out. So I'm gonna say his name again. Thank you, Father. So I said, man, we, Ken, we like, man, like, like, what are you doing? What you here for? So he said, I got a trick for this dude. He said, I'm making a statement. He said, won't none of them mess with none of my money again after this statement. And so I'm like, I'm like, so what you gonna do? He said, go. He said, tell all, he told the other, I think it was 2 more that was with us. He said, go to the park. He said, the Campbell Park. He said, go tell all your boys to come. He said, tell all your boys to come. So I'm like, what is he doing? So they went to the park, and here come everybody, right? It's a lot of people, like 20, 30 people, everybody at the park. So they like, I'm gonna say his name again, man, and Kenneth and them, everybody, man, they want everybody to come, right? So we got a problem, right? So everybody coming for beef, right? This is the hood. Everybody coming for his beef. It's coming, they're like, we got a problem. So everybody come, like 30 people come. Everybody come, like, what is it? Like everybody like, what? So he's like, all right, listen. Man, he said, all right, everybody. He said, I got $100. Listen, I got $100 for everybody who break a bone. And I'm like, what? Everybody like, what? Break a bone on who? Right? They look at us. And he said, $100 to everybody who break a bone. So they're like, who? He said, hold on, you'll see. And I'm like, ooh, no, he ain't. So he says, he goes to the car and he opens the trunk. And the dude is in the trunk and he's like, man, I told you, I got you. And he look around like, where he at? And all he look and he see a project building. Now he from Freeport. He see project, I don't know who this is or nothing. Don't know his name, none of that. This is the 80s. And he look around, he like, where am I at? And so the dudes, everybody around is like, that's him? And they start to rush the car. He's like, no, stay back. Everybody stay back. You only get the $100, you gotta catch him. And I'm like, what is he doing? So he takes the dude, he tells his boys, get him out the car. They get him out the trunk, and the dude is scared. And I'm looking at the dude, and I'm feeling sorry for the dude. He already bloody and stuff. And then he says, all right. He says, just so you know, I'm giving $100 to everyone who break a bone. He says, so my advice to you is you better run for your life. And he says, huh? He look around and everybody looking with drooling at the mouth. Because $100 back then was like $1,000 in the 80s, guys. That was a lot of money back in the days. Okay. And and then he says, all right, you better run. And the dude's like, no, man, no. And he's crying. He's like, I'm telling you, better run. They just gonna get you right now. He said, this is your last chance. Run, or else they're gonna get you. And he said, run. And the dude took off. And when he took off, he said, all right, $100. And they took off after him. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So this dude is running, probably from Freeport or Rhode, I don't know where he's from. He's running. He don't know where he at. He on Parkside at the projects. He's just running. And he don't know where he going. He don't even know where he at. And he got 20, 30 dudes chasing after him to beat him and try to break a bone so they could get $100. I sat there, I was like, this is some next level. I look at KENDU, I'm like, Kenneth, this dude crazy. Ken like, yeah, I know. And that was it. I don't even, me and Ken, we were out. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, dude, man. He's like, yo, we out. I'm like, yeah, I'm out of here, man. This is not even okay, bro. And later I found out that this is what the police did in California. So the police in California would take you from your hood, a black person, and drop you off in a Sereno, a Hispanic gang neighborhood, or take a blood and drop them off in a Crip neighborhood and let them out the car. That's some scary movie stuff. I actually used to have nightmares of it. For witnessing that, growing up, I had nightmares sometime that I would wake up and that would happen to me. They would let me off in Roosevelt or Freeport in a rival hood, and they're chasing me and I'm running for my life. So we got in the car and we pulled off. And yeah, that dude, man, he was nothing to play with. Another dark New York street legend. Now, I'm going to end this with the last story of my brother KENDU. I thank Lisa Turner for sending me a picture, which might be the last picture of when KENDU was alive. I'm not sure, so don't mark me for it. But it might be the last picture he took when he alive. KD said they did that in the movie Colors. Yeah, I witnessed that real life, KD. These some dark dudes, man. That crack era was some dark stuff, guys. Some really dark stuff going on. The last time I saw KENDU was when Kenneth Hill, was when D. Preston died. R.I.P. to D. Preston. Shout out to Jazz, Daryl Preston. That's his big brother. When D. Preston died, they had a funeral. By then, Kenneth had moved to Virginia or something. Right? We had already, this is later. This is like, I think this is in the 2000s, maybe the late 90s. I don't remember. I don't even remember when year KENDU died. They said 25 years ago, so I don't remember. So whenever D. Preston died, if someone remembered that over on Facebook. So when D. Preston funeral, I remember Kenneth came, and he had a crazy green BMW. This thing was so pretty. The rims, I was like, of course, Kenneth. I ain't seen him in so long. And that was at a time that I wasn't doing my best because I wasn't hustling. I didn't like it all the time. It was genocide. So there would be times that I would stop, and then it would get bad for me and my kids and our family. So I had a nice car. I've always kept a nice car, but I wasn't doing my best. I was struggling because I wasn't selling no drugs, and I never could get a job and stuff like that. And I think that's even before I even had my license. So I was kind of a fugitive and stuff. Now I'm legit. Praise to the Most High. So I wasn't doing my best. You know what I mean? Meaning, I looked all right, but I just remember Kenneth pulled up, and everybody was running to the car, and that car was crazy. The rims was like, oh, I'm like, Kenneth don't never fall off. So he was down in Virginia, and I guess he was doing good. He was looking like he doing good. You know what I mean? We said, what's up? I said, what's up? And yeah, so that was my last time that I saw Kenneth alive. And we didn't chop it up too much. We never, I don't know how we stopped hanging together like that, but it was no bad blood. We never had beef or nothing. Sometimes you just kind of go your separate ways, just period. And he was always Kenneth. I was always Rashawn. We was all, we all had our legacy from the 98 posse, Slick Hard and all that. But yeah. So now, Kenneth. Kenneth was known for riding motorcycles. He was known for he was a daredevil. Kenneth had bikes back before any of us was really rocking bikes. Back before the Rough Riders and DMX and all that. I mean, Kenneth, I know he's not the first one, but he was one of the first ones I seen that came through with the crazy bike, like a ninja or something crazy, and was doing burnouts. Like he always was, like he was a daredevil. Kenneth was a beast with a bike, right? He was a monster with a bike, right? Straight daredevil. Let me show you. Here, present, share screen, window, share. That's Kenneth on the bike. Y'all see all that? I cut the picture. That's smoke from him. He's burning it out while he's taking the picture. He's doing so that's smoke. So he's revving it and burning out the tire. And I cut the picture. It's smoke go way. That's KENDU. That's Kenneth. If you know Kenneth, that's classic KENDU, right? He one of the first ones. Yeah, I came from the streets to the pulpit. Facts. So now I'm a servant of the Most High in spirit and in truth. So he would always be burning, even before I knew how to ride. Because I remember I'm like, yo, Kenneth, man, show me. And he tried to show me, but it was too difficult at first. I'm like, man, you got to do this and hold the clutch and pop this with your feet. I'm like, I just want to ride. How you make it look so easy? And he would do willies too. Kenneth Willian. Kenneth was a daredevil. He was a beast. Always speed. That's why when Lisa Turner told the story of him with the car, and I could feel, Lisa, I could feel your fear. And because I would have been the same way in the car, like this, slow down, Kenneth, because he's so crazy. And then I would end up repeating it, doing the same thing in my car. And Kenneth's cars was so fast. But we had a level of fearlessness that ain't always the wisest thing to have. A healthy dose of fear is wise because it'll keep you protected from doing just the craziest things, right? That's why you got crazy people who bungee jump and walk over mountains and that stupid stuff. I ain't doing all that, right? But we had a certain level of fearlessness, right? And Kenneth had that when it came to motorcycles and cars and speed, right? So Lisa Turner, shout out to Lisa, she sent me this picture. Let me stop sharing. Let me show y'all. She sent me this picture. All right. Present, share screen, window, share. This one of him smiling. Again, on a bike. This might be the last picture that he ever took. I'm not sure. That's KENDU. That's Kenneth. That's Divine. That's Perry from Roosevelt, his cousin, him and Lisa cousin. I don't know the dude in the middle, but he looked like, what's the name? He looked like Lover and them little brother, Marvin from he's famous, guys. The guy who sung the classic song from Carlos Santana and Wyclef, Maria, Maria. He remind me of a West Side Story. That song that won trillion Grammys, Product GMB. He from Hempstead, Parkside. From Hempstead, a Tiger. That's Marvin Hugh. That's Money Harm. So he looked like Money Harm, but I doubt if that's Money Harm. That's Lover and them little brother. Money Harm, Hempstead, Strong Island. He the one who's singing with Wyclef that song, Carlos Santana, Maria, Maria. That famous song. That's who that looked like, but I doubt if that's Money Harm, right? So, yeah, that's from my hood. He from my hood. All right, so that's Kenneth, that's Divine, and I don't know who that is. So Lisa wrote, she said, thank you, Lisa, for the pic. She said, hold on, let me go back to the pic. She said, there we go. She said, that's my cousin Perry, aka Devon, on the left. I'm glad she told me because I would have figured it out. Look at Devon. Devon is such a trip. Let me show Devon face. That is Devon. Devon is a trip. I used to like Devon. Devon used to always trip me out. All right. So she said, that's Devon. She said Devon was following Kenneth in a Benz. Of course they had a Benz, and of course they got this is, you know, we lived an official life. All right. It's dark stuff, but it just was our reality. So of course they had a Benzo, right? So she said Devon was following Kenneth in a Benz while Kenneth was racing his motorcycle in Myrtle Beach, Black Biker Weekend. So we used to have a Freaknik in Atlanta. We used to have Myrtle Beach. I think that's South Carolina, if I'm correct. The Black Biker Weekend. We used to have the other one at Jones Beach. What do they call that? That's sorry guys, my brain is slowing down. The Greek Fest. We used to have Greek Fest at Jones Beach. Then later they had the thing in Miami. But we would all posse up, 98s in our cars and stuff, and we'll go as a posse. So Kenneth, I guess, was down there. He was living down south at this time and all that. And this was the Myrtle Beach Black Bike Weekend, Black Biker Weekend. And of course, if you know Kenneth, then you'll know he gonna be there with his fast bike. Probably 1,100 or 1,200. He ain't gonna have nothing small, right? Thank you. It is South Carolina. And he's going to be racing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, A Fresh. A Cross, not A Fresh, Big A, Aaron Cross, Big AC. Big AC said Money Hahn would have been way too young at that time. Thank you. Yeah, I ain't Money Hahn, but he looked like him, right? AC. I was like, he looked like Money Hahn a little bit in that picture. I don't know who that. He could be someone from South Carolina, someone that Kenneth met back then, right? So if you know Kenneth, you would know that he's gonna be racing a car or a motorcycle, because all he ever did was want to be peeling out on those bikes. I never really liked bikes because to me, they were very dangerous. I learned how to ride, but I didn't like it because, I don't know, guys, it's like a car. I don't know. It just felt so unsafe. And I like to go fast, and they go really fast, right? Bikes go up to 100, 200 miles an hour. So I remember I was on my bike when I learned how to ride. I was on my brother's bike. He had a 1100, and I'm opening up. I'm in Florida. And I'm doing like 180, and I'm just by myself. Oh, you hear in the wind, and I'm like, this is way too fast, bro. Because I'm like, what if something pop out, or what if you hit a bump in the road? Like anything, you dead. You know, it's no room for error. So I remember. And I think that's the last time, yep, you got no covering, I was on the bike. I remember I had my brother's 1100, big heavy one too. I think it was a 1200, heavy. One of them joints, if you lean it, you be like, ah! I remember it happened to me. I'm at the stoplight, and it leaned on me, and I'm like, ah! And all these cars at the light, I'm like, ah! Boom! I'm like, oh crap. Now I'm trying to lift the bike. It's so heavy. I'm trying to push the bike, and people blowing there at the stoplight like, bah, bah. It's like, go around. That's because I taught myself. My brother taught me the basics, how to ride, but then after that, I taught myself. So I'm like, yes, plenty of people died on motorcycles. So I'm like, I think that's how D. Preston died too, if I'm correct. So I finally lifted up, and I got to get back on it. I'm like, okay, note to self, don't lean it, don't let it lean. So then later, when I got a lighter bike, like an 850, I was like, see, I like this. Those big 1400s, those things is heavy, especially back in the day, big body joints, right? So anyway, so if anybody know Kenneth, you know that he gonna be racing. So Lisa said, Divine was following Kenneth in the Benz as he was racing, I guess at Black Biker Week in Myrtle Beach. He was racing somebody probably for money because it's big money in racing. Kenneth would do it just to race because KENDU loves speed. And let me show my brother. Let me show a bigger picture of my brother KENDU. I love KENDU. Look at that smile. The little boy face. KENDU always got that little boy face. I swear this boy gonna look like a child, no matter what. And this is later. He's probably, I don't know how old he is. We full grown adults right here. He's still like a little kid. So you can imagine how we looked in that big 1,000 Benz, right? That was probably 15 years before this or more, right? Probably even longer than that before this picture. So she said Divine was following behind in the Benz while Kenneth was racing someone, and the dude cut Kenneth motorcycle, cut him off. So I don't know the whole story. I wish people was from New York was here and they can write exactly, but I don't know if someone cut him off in a car or if the dude, when they was racing, the dude motorcycle, somebody cut Kenneth off. Now, when they racing on a bike, they were probably doing 200 miles an hour, just so y'all know. That's why I said I stopped. When I went up to like 170, almost 200 on that bike, I was like, that's too fast. And I don't feel covered. Like, I'm just open. Anything could happen. And I don't think I ever got on a bike since then. That was it. It was just like I felt the spirit. I felt like a warning, honestly. I just felt the warning. That was it. I never got on a bike again. To this day. And I liked it. I like bikes. So if Kenneth was racing, he had to be doing like 100, almost 200 miles an hour. And she said, and I heard they said someone cut him off. And my brother, KENDU, he died on the bike that day. They still celebrate KENDU's life. They had a 25-year anniversary for his passing. They probably gonna have another one, right? Junebug, Bug Juice, who come here, Maurice, that's his cousin. He from Martin Luther King Drive. I'm gonna show a picture. Lisa Rhodes said he got a son on Facebook, and he looked just like him, Lil Kenneth Hill, and he looked just like him. My brother, KENDU. I love KENDU. Let me show you another picture that Shaka Z gave me. Old picture. We're going back on this one. Let me go, where is it? So go here. And then let me see if I go back. There it go. So let me stop share. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Bang. That KENDU. The KENDU little face. You see that little face? He keep a little face, boy. I swear, KENDU, boy. All right. This is the old school picture. This is probably the early 70s. This is the projects. Martin Luther King Drive. With Bug Juice from, I guess, Shaka people from Shaka Mama and them from there too, Freddie and them. Reese Collier, who come here from there. This is the projects around. This is the old picture where I show Martin Luther King. This Martin Luther King Drive houses where Martin Luther King came there. This is the 70s. I know they look funny. Look at those pants. Those pants are called plaids. Plaids were fire back there. I know y'all like, what do he got on? Let me explain something to you. If you had these pants, you was popping. They had a thing called Swedish knits. Swedish, like Swede knits. I'll be able to show y'all, right? Swedish knits were popping pants. Then they had pleats, where pleats had a pleat and we had colors in between. When I go back, I'm gonna go back to this hip hop, this beginning of hip hop, and they had plaids, and these were plaids, and they were popping. I know they look crazy, but they weren't. If you had them on, you was popping. This is Keith. This is Rapper Sex. That's actually Kenneth. You can't really see him clearly. Look how skinny he is. That's KENDU, right? That's his big brother, K-Mel, who later became Father K-Mel, the God, right? Yep, that's down the street from Franklin School. That's Keith Hill, Rapper Sex. I'm gonna do a dedication to Keith to Rapper Sex in the coming up, right? Beginning of hip hop, Father K-Mel, right? That's his big brother, right? And that's Shaka Z, that's his mom's. Shaka, thank you, Shaka, for this picture. That's Freddie Evans, that's their moms. So this is the 70s, right? In Hempstead, Strong Island, on Martin Luther King Drive. All right, that's the D block. That's Kenneth, Keith, and Shaka Z moms. All right. So yeah, it looked funny, but it's not. And everything was bell bottom. We didn't have no tight pants. It just looked crazy. So, but nah, that's what's popping. Okay. Yeah, and we wore big sneakers and socks. We look crazy in the 70s. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? But this was popping. I'm just telling y'all facts. All right. So now that's my brother KENDU. Let me go back here and let me close this out correctly. Present, share screen, window. That one. Share screen. My brother Kenneth Hill. KENDU. That's probably one of the last pictures, if not the last picture, of him alive. R.I.P. KENDU. My dedication to you, my brother. I have other stories coming. I'm going to be writing on Facebook, guys, and I know it don't reach a lot of people because Mark Zuckerberg be blocking me and stuff, right? They already flagged a lot of my videos. So I'll be reaching out ahead of time. I'm going to need pictures of Big H for those who got some good pictures. I'm going to need pictures of Gene Grant from the Crown Heights. So I'll be letting y'all know when I need some pictures. So when I'm going to tell some of their stories, a dedication to some of our Hempstead, Strong Island legends, right? Whether they dark legends, light legends, but their mark that they left in our hood was legendary. That's what it means. This tonight was to my brother Kenneth Hill, KENDU. R.I.P. KENDU, 98 Posse, Slick Hard, Hempstead, Campbell Park, all that. D Block, Strong Island all day. I love and miss Kenneth. Kenneth was a good person. He was always, so his people, his children stuff, that was a good dude. Not a foul dude. I really didn't see him do anything foul to anybody. Thank you for everybody for joining in and assisting me in my dedication to my brother KENDU. Thank you. You got some real hip-hop history on this story tonight. We'll be doing more hip-hop history. 98 Posse. All right. Love you, KENDU. Shout out to Bill Blas. Hopefully, Bill, you look like you're doing good. I seen y'all posted some pictures. Bill's still alive doing his thing. Shout out to Blas. Shout out to everybody from the 98 Posse. Shout out to everybody from Slick Hard. Shout out to everybody from the Class A crew. Hempstead, Strong Island in the building. Love you, Shakita. That's my niece, guys. All right. Thank y'all for joining me on tonight's 25 to Life episode. Kenneth KENDU Hill, dark New York street legend. Only reason why I'm saying dark, because we was doing some dark things. You understand? We was dealing with what the life that was dealt us, the hand that was dealt us. I got something I'm going to close out with. I think y'all going to enjoy. I made a song, and I think it's one of my greatest songs that I ever wrote, honestly. I think this song was the best rap song that I ever wrote. It was 2005, right before we started the Palace Mob. And I had wrote a song this same time. I'm in Harlem. And shout out to Lex Luger and Joey Mecca from Harlem. This is a Hempstead Harlem connection. And I had wrote a song right before this, and I premeditated. I didn't know what was coming. I didn't know I was going to end up getting 25 to life and all that. But in the song right before this one, it was like I was premeditating what was coming, right? A premonition. But this song that I'm about to play for y'all, it's a song called Ghetto Life. And it's like, it tells a story of the life that we were living, but they blame us. So when in the hook I say, but y'all blame us. So it's like they push crack in our hood. They push heroin in our hood. They push cocaine. They push liquor stores. They took the jobs. They pushed poverty, took the men out of the homes. But y'all blame us for the conditions. Now, not everyone did. Some of us had a good mother or some of us had a blessing in life to not go the dark route. But some of us, that's all I saw. I'm telling y'all the truth. Like even by the time I wanted to try to get a job, I didn't have no help and I had no light. Some of us were dealt a bad hand. So be very careful with the judgment for all, because unless you walk in a person's shoes, you really don't know the hand. So be thankful that you didn't have to go through it. If you escaped having to live this kind of life, shout out to Star, Kobe Wilkins in the building, that if you escaped this kind of life, because not all of us did, and some of us didn't make it out alive. Some of us got life in prison. A lot of us got killed. I got a second chance. So I ain't promoting it. But this song says, it tells the conditions, and then it says, but y'all blame us. So I tried to put the subtitles because the words in the song are so deep, right? I have a line. Matter of fact, I'll do it this way. So that'll save me, because the subtitles look horrible. I took it down. They can't get it right, and I didn't have time to type it in myself. But as a line in this story, it says, let me scroll down. It says the funeral, where is it at? The brothers at college, my father bailed, my mama left when I was a baby. I turned, as my father bailed, my mama left when I was a baby. I turned God's body when I was 12, and that's what saved me. All right? Now, this ain't the one I want. It's this first verse. It says, the funeral homes, listen, it's flossing pretty often, flipping coffins. Y'all are going to hear this in the song. So I'm saying it so now y'all know what I'm saying. Because I don't got the... I said the funeral homes is flossing pretty often, flipping coffins, while drug man Dan is at the orphanage giving offerings. Drug man Dan is the drug dealer, the powerful drug dealer in the neighborhood. So while the funeral homes are flossing, pretty often they flipping coffins from the death that's going on from the drugs, while drug man Dan is at the orphanage giving offerings to the orphans. But y'all blame us. While Judge Benson's giving sentence out the ain't us, we in the system getting fenced in while y'all blame us. So these, and then the hook says, now I'm swimming in this ghetto life and I'm living in these ghetto streets. The system's got me living metal life with the guns. And they pop me when I care to dream. See? Gotta be a better way to lie. It gotta be a better way to be. Now I gotta be a thread at night. Gotta be the one to make them weep, right? So I know I can't sing, but my brother Joey Mecca from Harlem can sing. The song is fire. I think this is one of the best rap songs I ever wrote, okay? Now, another one, it says, the second verse says, y'all close y'all eyes and picture Drastic being stabbed. That's my young little man Drastic, Ty Phil's cousin. Imagine Joe hanging in the back of Linden Ave. R.I.P. to Joe Mays. That's LL and Aaron Henderson. That's LL's cousin and nephew. Imagine Wild Man up in heaven having a fight. R.I.P. to Wild Man up in heaven having a fight. Right now, y'all know it's before I was awakened. And Shaheem the God telling court to keep it light. So I said, imagine Wild Man up in heaven. I'm talking about my people, my brothers who dead. Shaheem, R.I.P. to Shaheem from the Drive. Court Hen, R.I.P. to Court Henderson. Listen, imagine Wild Man up in heaven having a fight and Shaheem the God telling Court Hen to keep it light. Imagine True Indeed and J Thug is all right. R.I.P. to True Indeed and J Thug. Kev Sullivan, big Kev Sully, little son. Imagine True Indeed and J Thug is all right, dressing in all red, up in heaven, blood tight, because these young boys, they were bloods. Bad News and Demo and Country did so much time, it ain't hype. Shout out the News, Bad News, shout out the Demo, and shout out the Country if he's still alive. Did so much time, it ain't hype, and 15-year-old Scully getting 25 to life. Ralph Mann, Scully is your nephew. That's A+ little brother. I said, this is my life. My cousin Chase is Brooklyn Ace, right? Okay. So I said, it's sort of incredible the way the thought pattern does, the way our thought patterns do. It's sort of incredible the way our thought pattern does. It's sort of regrettable the way the courts batter us. So brothers be like, up it, that's the motto of the hood. While y'all excel in college, our job checks is where it's wood. So while y'all excelling in college, we working on the job and our checks we get are wood. They ain't platinum, they ain't gold, they wood. All right. So I want to point out, these are some of the lyrics in this song. Now, I'm premiering the song Ghetto Life. All right, stop share. Here we go. Present. Share screen. Ghetto Life. Ghetto Life. Share. Here we go. Y'all enjoy.
I've been swimming in this ghetto life. I've been living in these ghetto streets.
Joey Mecca. So this one's personal to me right here. This shit is the truth. Hip-hop needs some real truth right now. You feel me? I really seriously think hip-hop needs me right now. All these clown rappers, all this make-believe, y'all ride with me. I told 2 texts when I'm in irony up the street. Then go beat Lex and tell him why I'm in all this heat. It seems to be a thing that we born within this ghetto. A hot jump shot, a book of rhymes, all this metal. It's a defeatist attitude developed in high school. While those with stable homes look on like they the wounds. So brothers be like, fuck it, that's the motto of the hood. While y'all apply to college, our projects is where it's wood. I'm living in this trap, only fact I got my gap. Now I'm all strapped up, and little Chuck got it tucked. And we load these, spitting that breeze over weeds. And reload knees, shooting at leaves, toking trees. I violate beer, I drink up on it like it's water. My mind ain't clear, I'm working on it cause my daughter. My life ain't fair, my mama left when I was 1. She's out in Bed-Stuy, I'm on the island in the slums. It ain't my fault society made me to a thug. In the 90s is grinding, 2000s is blooded up. And low crip too, it's cause of family that is blue. And no blood red, so many dead that is said. The funeral homes is forcing, plenty orphans flipping coffins. While Jug Man Dan is at the orphanage giving orphans. And y'all blame us, while Judge Benson's giving sentence. Out there ain't us, we in the system getting fenced in. And y'all blame us.
And I'm swimming in this ghetto life. And I'm living in these ghetto streets. The system got me living that life. And it got me when I can't dream. There's gotta be a better way to die. There's gotta be a better way to be. Now I gotta be a friend tonight. Gotta be the one to make you
Y'all close your eyes and vision drastic being stabbed. Imagine Joe hanging in the back of Linden Ave. Imagine Wild Man up in heaven having a fight. And Shaheem the God is telling court to keep the light. Imagine True Indeed and J Thug is alright. Dressing in all red up in heaven blood tight. News demo and country so much time it ain't hype. And 15-year-old Scully getting 25 to life. This is my life, my cousin Chase is Brooklyn's ace. Be up on gates with 38s in the skates. And all my life my cousin Wise sticking guys. All on the heights with 45s on the sides. It's sorta incredible the way I thought Patton does. It's sorta regrettable the way the courts batter us. So brothers be like, fuck it, that's the motto of the hood. While y'all excel in college, our job sits is where it's wood. My father, he bailed, my mama left when I was a baby. I turned God body when I was 12, that's what saved me. By age 14, I bought my first whip machine. Trues and dollar bills, my new Impala wheels. And oh my God, I was at Visa making sales. And oh Rashawn, I run these streets like frickin' jails. I'm from Hempstead, what the fuck you can't tell? It's down the street from death and round the corner from hell. But y'all can't tell.
And I'm swimming in this ghetto life.
I'm from Hempstead. What the F you can't tell? I'm down the street from death and round the corner from hell. But y'all can't tell. Y'all know I had to stop it. I can't play the whole song and just because I got to do a release. I played enough. I got to break it up. So otherwise people will have my whole song so the release. All right? So sorry, guys. I know I interrupted the song, right? All right. So I'm sorry. I just couldn't let the whole thing just continue to play out. They have my whole release on one take. All right. I at least play both verses. All right. So now I know, like, once again, like, did you just, I know y'all ready to pop me right in the head, right? But I want y'all, let me break this one down. Listen to the first verse. I said, I told two texts, right? That's Tech Nines. When I'm in irony of the street. See, I told two texts when I'm in irony of the street, then go beat Lex, that's my man Lex Luger, and tell him why I'm in all this heat. It seems to be a thing that we're born with in this ghetto, a hot jump shot, a book of rhymes, or this metal. It's a defeatist attitude developed in high school, while those with stable homes look on like they the ones. So brothers be like, uck it, that's the motto of the hood. While y'all apply to college, our projects is where it's wood. I'm living in this trap. Only fact is I got my gat. And I'm all strapped up. And little Chuck, he got it tucked. Listen, and we load these, spitting that breeze over weeds. And reloading these, shooting at leaves, toking trees. I violate beer. I drink up on it like it's water. My mind ain't clear. I'm working on it because of my daughter. Woo! My life ain't fair. Woo! This is, yo, bro, I think this is my greatest art work of them all. And I got hundreds and hundreds of songs, and I'm beast mode. Again, I'm going to state it again. One of the greatest rappers that ever lived. Because I'm still in generations, you heard? I'm in 2005. I can go back to 1970. I can come up to 2024. I'm all over. Ain't never fall off. Every song I play, y'all gonna be just as hot and fire. I said, I'm living in this trap. Only fact, I got my gat. And I'm all strapped up. And little Chuck, he got it tucked. And we load these, right? We load these bullets, spitting that breeze, kicking that bobo over weeds while we smoking weed. We load these bullets into our gun, kicking the bobo over weed and reload knees, reloading. So we loading and we reloading, shooting at leaves while we toking trees. I violate beer, I drink up on it like it's water. My mind ain't clear, I'm working on it cause my daughter. My life ain't fair, my mama left when I was just one. She's out in Bed-Stuy, I'm in the island in the slums. She's out in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I'm on Strong Island in the slums. It ain't my fault. Society made me to a thug. In the 90s, it was grimy, but in 2000s, it's blooded up. And low crip too. It's cause of family that is blue. That's Lil E. Remember I told you the story, the little crazy crip E? I said, and look, now it's 2005, I'm writing this. It's low crip too. It's cause of family that is blue, meaning my little cousin is blood is blue, but my hood, the projects, Hempstead was blood at this time. I wasn't. He said, I said in the 90s with us it was grimy, but in 2000 these kids is blooded up. And some crip too, low crip too, is cause of family that is blue and old blood red, so many dead that is sad. The funeral homes is flossing pretty often, flipping coffins, while drug man Dan is at the orphanage giving offerings, but y'all blame us, while Judge Benson's giving sentence. Out the ain't us, we in the system getting fenced in, but y'all blame us. Woo! Praise Yah for the gift of music. Again, not promoting anything. I was never a blood. I was talking about this is the stuff that we did. In 2007, I got a 25 to life sentence. I had a 15 to life. I served my sentence. I served society. I served the time for any crime I ever committed. And now I'm a changed man. I'm a man of the Most High. You heard? All right? And y'all blame us. Yeah. I could play now, since I broke it up, I could play the second verse. And then I could let it close out. Because it's better way. Let me play it from the streets. System got me living that life. And you taught me when I can't dream. It's gotta be a better way to start. It's gotta be a better way to be. Now I gotta be a friend tonight. Gotta be the one who make you. Y'all close your eyes and vision drastic being stabbed. Imagine Joe hanging in the back of Linden Ave. Imagine Wild Man up in heaven having a fight. And Shaheem the God is telling court to keep it light. Imagine True Indeed and J Thug is alright. Dressing in all red up in heaven blood tight. News demo and country so much time it ain't hype. And 15-year-old Scully getting 25 to life. This is my life. My cousin Chase is Brooklyn's ace. Be up on gates with 38s in the skates. And all my life my cousin Wise sticking guys. All on the heights with 45s on the sides. It's sorta incredible the way I thought pattern does. It's sorta regrettable the way the courts batter us. So brothers be like, fuck it, that's the motto of the hood. While y'all excel in college, our job six is where it's wood. My father, he bailed, my mama left when I was a baby. I turned God body when I was 12, that's what saved me. By age 14, I bought my first whip machine. Trues and dollar bills, my new Impala wheels. And oh my God, I was that beast at making sales. And oh Rashawn, I runs these streets like frickin' jails. I'm from Hempstead, what the fuck you can't tell? It's down the street from death and round the corner from hell. But y'all can't tell. Now I'm swimming in this ghetto life. And I'm living in these ghetto streets. The system got me living that life. And you taught me when I can't dream. There's gotta be a better way to lie. There's gotta be a better way to be. Now I gotta be a friend tonight. Gotta be the one to make me. I'm swimming in this ghetto life. And I'm living in these ghetto streets. Joey Mecca, Luciano 2005, Platinum Palace, you heard? Hempstead to Harlem, that one for y'all right there, that part. Gotta be a better way to life, ghetto life, we ain't asked for it, we ain't asked for it, you heard? Alright, sorry I had to stop it, I know you're like, I'll be releasing guys, I got albums of this. So again, I'm telling my life story, right? I'm putting my book, but I got soundtrack to every year. So I got albums of it. Y'all be able to I know y'all. Well, y'all Dylan, when you find out my story, the Most High stopped me every time. Right? I got every time I had record deals with everybody, every majors. I was supposed to bend blow up every time. The Most High be like, come here, every time, because this is what He had for my life. I was to be a man of the Most High. So now these songs, all these albums, I got for years. Wait till you hear these songs, y'all. I got so much of it. I got one. All right, let me do it. We're gonna close out with this. All right, that was Ghetto Life. I think that one touches me emotionally when I heard it. All right, I got a whole album from Palace Mob. I know some of y'all remember Rita B from the song Ooh Wee, and the other song with Rita B singing, but most of y'all don't know Rita B raps. She's from the Heights in Hempstead. So y'all remember my outro. So y'all know the outro to this channel. I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dogs are stronger. That's a whole song. That's me and Rita B ripping that song to shreds. So Rita B is a female, she's a rapper, right? So I made a little commercial that I'm going to do when I make my videos, because as new people, when I start to blow this channel up, because I ain't start yet, it's going to blow up, right? It's going to be thousands more subscribers coming, right? These doors, they'll be reaching a lot. Y'all just trust what I'm telling y'all. So I'm putting together, this is just the beginning of so it's an intro. So when people come, they can understand there's a history. This ain't just some YouTube with some fake, people talking about something they ain't live. You know how people always talking about stuff. They wasn't in the era. They talking about Supreme. You don't even know them. You wasn't there. You know what I mean? You wasn't driving around in 500 SELs and Saabs and all of this deep drop top Saabs. Like, you wasn't in this era. So I put together a little commercial clip of like receipts of showing. And so I used some of the songs for the outro songs, Hempstead. It's a dedication for Hempstead, and Rita B is doing her thing. So let's close out with this little intro. I'm not finished it yet, but I'll be finished it pretty soon. So this is the intro that's coming for the channel, right? A little thing that's gonna be when I do these videos. All right. So y'all gonna know this song because it's from the outro of this channel. Here we go. And just her clip. So I cut some of her verse. That's not a whole verse. And I rhyme and she rhyme. We both on this song. But me and Rita B got 2 albums that we did together. And we got rhyme with Palace Mob. There's so much music coming. All right, here we go. The clip from Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead.
The ghetto, the dogs hot, strong like the wrong guy. They think I'm from the
I'm walking my shoes to different avenues. Niggas getting murdered passing through. When the cops leave a patent, you will grab you. You know, crip niggas, they be slashing you. Fake thugs walking on toast, incapacitating you. Standing on the block so sworn can enter flash you. Either it's a thief, or it's the police, or some rowdy little dude talking about you got beef, or it's a dopey on the block. Flashing the tits, talking about for $5, shit suck your man. Or it's the feds on the roof, and they flashing their cameras. All the bullet flash out the thugs blast their hammers. I'm from the ghetto, you, I ain't got no manners. All I got is my famous faculties, they blame us. See, we ain't playing around, we taking it all. So give me the flowers, eggs, milk, cause I'm eating it all. I'm from Hempstead.
the ghetto, the dogs hot, strong like the wrong guy. They think I'm from suburban.
All right. So that was a little clip.
I'm from Hempstead.
Hold on. That was a little clip of this thing I'm putting together. I was just showing a little bit. Yo, Rita B is dope. We got albums. She is fire. She from Hempstead, from the Heights. She had a crew of Thug Missing. She a thug rapping chick. She hardcore, and it's no joke. She beast mode. So she was with Palace Mob. So it was me, her, Reynolds. So that other song where it says, "Tell me, do you love?" The one she's singing on. Y'all hear her sing, but y'all ain't know she rap. Oh, she beast mode. We let Rita B go in the mic booth. It's a rap. She going hard. That ain't the whole verse. She said, Doug misses, I got niggas and chicks that'll rock forever. Luciano rock forever. Should be the rock forever. Doug missing it. She be going in. I'm like, yeah, me and Rita got whole albums. All right. So anyway, thank y'all for joining us. Our dedication for Kenneth Hill. All right, for KENDU. All right, let me come back to KENDU. R.I.P. KENDU. Shout out to Kev Hill. Shout out to Karen Hill. Shout out to Kim Love, Kim Hill. Shout out to Father K. Mel, Keith Hill. Shout out to the Hills and all their family and their cousins. Love you, KENDU. May you rest in the bosom of the Most High, KENDU. All right, I love y'all. Another one down. Hopefully y'all enjoyed these stories tonight. Another one down. Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV. I love you all. Go forth, be the light that you are. Remember, we're not promoting any violence. We're not promoting drugs. We're not promoting nothing. These are just the testimonies, true life stories of this degraded life that we live. And it was pushing genocide and selling drugs and guns and crime. And we didn't know no better, and the poverty and all of it. And a lot of us lost our lives, right? I did too. But I got a second chance at mine. And so now I'm using it to serve the Most High and to teach the children, do not do this. You don't want to have none of this. Watch these stories and eat your popcorn and live vicariously through the stories. Like you watch pictures on the Netflix or something. You know what I mean? Don't live this life. Don't sell nobody's drugs. Don't be doing no crime. Don't be doing no white collar crime. Don't be doing no blue collar crime. Don't be doing no scams. Don't be doing nothing that can get you in someone's jail. Don't break no law. Give Caesar what Caesar's. Follow the laws of the land that you're in. Okay? As long as they don't go against the laws of the Most High, which the Most High, all his laws is righteous. So you'll be safe. No crime, guys. No crime at all. Do what's right. Right by your neighbor. Do what's right by the next person. Shout out to all the good cops out there keeping law and order. We need the good cops. Right? Shout out to all the good cops out there. All right? All right. I love y'all all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself. Y'all have a blessed night. I see most of y'all on the ministry tomorrow. All right. We out of here. Remember, keep it functional. Love the Most High, y'all. Another one down. We out.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie.
This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead.